our filter chat. Those guys might enjoy it.
Sure.
I love that we have filter chats. It's a vetting process.
Hello there, and welcome back to another episode of Responding.
Our
I'm
filter
Colton.
chat. Those guys might enjoy it.
I'm Taylor.
Sure.
I love that we have filter chat.
Okay. 1 second, let me look on some things.
Jared, are you live?
We all
Yeah.
live. We've been live. Actually, we were live a little bit before I said hello there and welcome to another episode.
It's cool.
Right.
So, yeah. Today we're going over part 5, Hoppeans. This is maybe the last part, even though there should be another part coming. But it's been 2 weeks and they haven't done anything with it. As well as, this was 2 weeks after part 4, so I have no idea what they were planning on doing with their conclusion episode.
The world may never know.
They may pick us up and respond to us.
Oh, no, well, I don't know if you've seen Esso's response, but he said that these live streams are such an embarrassment for us.
Okay.
So it's just like, yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
I'll be damned if I'll ever let a furry talk about me like that.
Yeah. It's time for a beating.
Yeah, no, this week they're going after Hoppeans instead of Hoppe. Oh, as we should say, Hop. So this is going to be a good time to I guess defend our comrades if they are in fact Hoppeans.
It'll be interesting to see who they've got.
Yep. Something tells me we might have to show who they are. But anyways, let's go ahead.
Oh god, the fucking Hoppians. These guys are the main reason Heretic and I even wrote this essay. Now, this may be the first time which Heretic and I...
Actually, I forgot to do something.
Okay.
So everyone listening can just imagine me when he's saying, "Oh God, the fucking Hoppians." It's me raising a fucking glass of whiskey and just
Yeah.
that's me.
Me waving in the corner. how's it going?
Yep. Yeah, no. I apparently closed the thing I've been using as a cover. So, what am I going to use to cover up the obvious screenshots? Yeah,
All right. I'm going to go to the... this is on your channel, right, Colton?
Yep.
YouTube link? Okay. I'm going to go. I'll check the chat. I'll see if anybody's saying anything yet. Say what's up to the people.
There it is. Okay.
What are you finding?
I found my link again, so there we go. We're good.
All right, sweet.
I have both really taken an in-depth stab at the principal underpinning of Hoppe's ideas. Not the first time. I'm sure most of you watching know that either of us have openly expressed criticism towards his philosophy, but the first time that we've proofed an essay for all of the annoying logical fallacies and disingenuous tactics which Hoppe's followers use to hand-wave away criticism of Hoppe's ideas, without actually addressing the points raised by his critics.
This chapter is not about Hans-Hermann Hoppe himself, but his followers, hereby referred to as Hoppeans. I want to make the distinction that unless specified otherwise, any criticism of Hoppeans is not a criticism of Hoppe. It is no more reasonable to hold him accountable for the actions of those who subscribe to his philosophy any more than it is to claim Marilyn Manson is responsible for the Columbine shooting.
We'll see how long that holds up.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately, good job saying this in the beginning of the video, but why put this in a video series about critiquing Hans-Hermann Hoppe if you're not relating Hoppeans to Hoppe? It doesn't make any sense.
Yep. And I've already watched a good portion of this video. I kind of know why he put this up, but he's going to basically contradict himself in 4 minutes. Also, I can't believe he isn't using a better picture of Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, you couldn't have found like a more insane picture. Like that's the most sane picture of Marilyn Manson I've ever seen.
That's art teacher Marilyn Manson. That's not on stage Marilyn Manson. I feel like he should at least show the contrast.
Yeah, no. Like I wouldn't be surprised if emo dressed like that.
I don't know. I'm digging the I'm digging the full length wool overcoat.
Yeah, I if I was gonna do something like this, I would make I would make this leather instead of what it is.
I kind of like that coat though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was looking for something basically exactly like this, but with leather and buttons instead of what he has there.
Like bondage leather? Is that what you're talking about?
No. This would be. It would be.
I'm just giving you that.
Yeah. This would be Neo type leather.
Gotcha. All right, let's see what he says.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't ignore the issue related to Hoppe's followers, as they are actually very important to understanding arguably the biggest problem with Hoppeanism.
So, he almost contradicted himself right away. Hoppean, how is the problem with Hoppeans going to be the problem with Hoppe's philosophical works?
Yeah, so here's the disclaimer that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
I don't understand what was so important about that, but yeah. I don't really understand what was there, but all right, let's go.
Well, what he said was these critiques of Hoppeans aren't going to be a critique of Hoppe, but then he says these critiques of Hoppeans, like in the next sentence, he says these critiques of Hoppeans is going to show why the philosophy of Hoppe is so messed up.
Yeah, exactly. It was detrimental to his first point. Like him further explaining made his case worse.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you just didn't understand what was going on.
No, I got you.
Important to understanding arguably the biggest problem with Hoppeanism. They're the canary in the coal mine for what happens when a reader internalizes Hoppe's ideas without questioning their shortcomings or contradictions.
This should go without saying based on the sheer fact that we dedicated an entire section of our essay just to Hoppe's followers, but there are a whole host of problems unique specifically to common trends in their behavior and how they propagate their ideas. The reason I mention this is because I'm sure a lot of people, when they first saw that we had a section dedicated to quote-unquote Hoppeans, might have been to assume that Heretic and I are really going to spend a whole chapter generalizing an entire sub-community of the libertarian movement by essentially nut-picking. However, after
Nut picking.
Doesn't he mean nitpicking?
I have never heard that word in my life.
Don't pick your nuts, guys.
Yeah, no not picking.
You see, I thought
not in class.
I thought he was gonna say cherry picking, but nitpicking is also another thing.
Yeah, it would be nitpicking or cherry picking. I've never heard nut picking once. Not one time. I think he literally just made that up.
Okay, so I just looked it up. Apparently, it's on Rational Wiki, which, that's an awful place to go. Don't ever go there. But it says nut picking is a fallacious tactic of picking out and showcasing the nuttiest members of a group as the best representatives of that group. Hence, picking the nut. So I guess it kind of makes sense.
Oh. Okay. All right, he didn't make that up. I apologize. Don't use this as your further case that Hoppians are bad people. I was just being a dick, okay? It's what I do.
Right, but also what I just don't understand how how he even knew this. Rational Wiki.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah.
Maybe he's on it quite a bit. It would make sense.
Yeah, it's just Anyways, we shouldn't get hung up on this.
Yeah, let's go.
Reading more of Hoppe's work to inform our research on this video, we came to recognize that these common trends of behavior we'd identified long ago can actually be traced back to the logical conclusions of following how Hoppe attempts to restructure the framework and assumptions of libertarian philosophy for his specific approach to trying to explain the various subjects we'd covered earlier in this essay.
Libertarianism have failed, with the exception of a few pro-marijuana laws. Lately, I've been contemplating why that's the case. Why libertarians suck so much at convincing others to adopt individualist thinking. And the conclusion that I came to is that collectivism is simply superior to individualism.
So, as we went over in the introduction, we asked that guy T if he was a Hoppean or ever was, and he said no, he just likes the conclusions from a purely pragmatic standpoint.
Yeah, and for that matter, I like that guy T. And I think the point of that video where they clipped that out of was to explain why libertarian strategy has been so failed. And it's interesting because that guy T is making the same exact point that Jeff Deist made not too long ago about ignoring the importance of family and social structure. He specifically said, what a travesty it's been for libertarians to abandon and talk down upon that type of social organization. It's been a disaster for our strategic planning, and literally that guy T is just echoing that sentiment. So I don't see how that's a neg against him.
Right. He
wasn't talking about political collectivism as like all collectivist ideas are better than libertarian ideas. That's not what he was referring to. He's talking about pure strategy in terms of outreach.
Right. If I was going to critique that guy T, I would say that shouldn't use individualism there. He should use atomism. But with how many law points use individualism to mean atomism, I can understand the terminology.
Yeah, it's not hard. Yeah, it's not hard to see why he would use that, or why anybody would use that, and why a lot of people on the right today, critique the idea of individualism from this ignorant perspective that the left has spread across the iosphere.
Yep. So it's yeah. Anyways, I have a article on individualism. You should all read it so you can know what the difference between individualism and atomism is. I love being able to write articles and just say, go read that if you want to know what I'm talking about.
That's the best thing ever.
Real power moves.
Yep.
Libertarians tend to take it too far, though. They tend to want no government involved, no nothing, just wild people. You're an anarchist, right?
Well, I used to describe myself that way, but I don't anymore because I don't think that there's no lack of control in a privatized society.
Parasitic economic authoritarians such as
So there's no lack of control in a libertarian society. I actually would tend to agree with that. There's always going to be quote unquote control over you, and there's really nothing you can do. There's going to be social authority. There's going to be obviously the law, not in terms of like some dictate that comes down from someone, but as in terms of an ancient and an eternal law.
Yeah, I mean, the very foundation of what it means to be right wing is to believe in hierarchies and thus order, right? So to say that, you know, we reject order would not make you an anarchist. It would make you a person who believes in chaos, right? I mean, we still believe in order. It's just a natural order.
Yep.
just communists will always exist, and as a result must be violently suppressed by any available means in order to secure economic liberty. This is also true of cultural busybodies, whether it be evangelical Christians insisting on maintaining failed prohibition-era legislation, or, genderqueer college students, trying to mandate affirmative action. Some people, majority leftists, just refuse to respect non-aggression and property rights. And that's fine. I have no problem committing myself to ensuring their oppression. I think it's a perfectly libertarian position to hold.
What would you...
Based.
I love that video.
Yeah, no, it's, Hoppe has even talked about this. I mean, we talked about this last week when they brought up that quote, but, people who either don't have higher brain functions to be able to understand the specialization of labor, or who know the justice of it and the utility of it, but still act wrongly, they need to be punished.
That's, yeah, I mean, you can't just let murderers run free. I mean, that seems a little insane, right?
Yep.
Call someone
to ensuring their oppression. I think it's a perfectly libertarian position to hold.
What would you call someone's political philosophy that places the family as the smallest and most important unit in society, who believes social order must be imposed from the top down, that people...
Imposed from the top down.
Yeah, gotta love that straw man.
Yeah, no, it's even in these examples of non-Hoppians talking about what they view as correct, it's neither one of them says like we need a state to, purge the communists.
They have never said that. Like they've never said that like there must be a state to do this. You know what I mean? But I think that's probably what they're alluding to. In the end, hopefully that would hopefully be their argument, because that would be the best one for them to make, even if it is one that is because they're automatically gonna say that like any form of order is bad, and the typical libertarian argument that you hear all the time is the one that they're probably gonna go with here.
Right. It just kind of reminds me of Bastiat's The Law. The socialists say we do not want the state to raise grain, so they say that we don't want grain to be raised.
Exactly.
And it's the same thing with police or, anything like that. Anything that isn't cohesive with leftist sensibilities like police needs to be totally abolished, and there won't be anything like that in a libertarian social order, which is absolutely bogus, right? Like, it's like talk to Bob Murphy, for God's sakes. Watch a Bob Murphy video, and you'll learn real quick that there will still be police.
Yep. They'll probably just be a lot less violent than...
No unions.
No unions. I think you just triggered Roderick Long there.
Yeah, and I don't even know if necessarily they would be less violent. I mean, overall, probably, but in response to certain things, I think you're going to see that those individuals, when protecting property and life will not be as afraid as a cop who today, in many instances, is under not only their own scrutiny now, but under the scrutiny of the public with everything that they're doing. And I'm talking about just today. I'm not talking about in the history of policing, because obviously there has been a lot of problems in regards to the fact that there isn't a lot of accountability with police. And I have personal experience talking about that. There are guys that work in police departments, that work in one police department, beat up a few people that didn't need to be beat up, and then they get a couple of civil cases against them, they get them dismissed, and then the department says, hey, my buddy over here in the county over wants to hire you. And they bounce from county to county to county in order to continue being police officers, and then the county doesn't have to deal with them, and they get their little enforcer. That's the way that shit works, and that's absolutely horrific. But at the same time, these same guys, and sorry I'm going on a little bit of a rant here, but these same guys will stand back and watch a freaking arsonist burn down a freaking building. Like, there's no way a private security company would ever allow that to happen. Those guys would get freaking beamed in the head.
Yeah, and that's going back to like Sam Francis's idea on like anarcho-tyranny. Like it's a prime example. Like the police's job essentially is to protect property. Like the leftist slander. That's actually correct. Like where they say like they're not here to protect you, they're here to protect property. Like in an actual just society, that is what they should be doing. But instead, they will let people destroy property right in front of their face, and then
Oh, that's Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah. And it's like, Jared, I'm absolutely with you here, where it's like there's no way a private security force would allow the destruction that we see every day, while also probably being less brutal and more justified in those instances where they do use force.
Right. It's like the use of force, when they have to use force, is going to be overwhelming and complete, and put down any possibility that thing will either occur or occur again. But in the other circumstances where force isn't necessary, it will not get used. It's basically creating a market in which the response to police and police, the way they act, will continue to improve. I mean, that's just what the market does in general, right? So to think that doesn't apply to policing is absurd.
Well, Bob Murphy has a good talk on this about how police will be less violent. It has nothing to do with the police being less violent in an individual case, but those cases, because there's less socialization of costs, will be less frequent. Like with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, everyone he shot was a convicted felon.
Right.
So it's not like people, it's just random people being violent. These people typically have a rap sheet, and it's all justice system, quote unquote, that is letting them off the hook, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you have a state. They do things inefficiently, and then they get negative externalities, right? And the negative externality here with crime is the fact that you get repeat offenders, right? You let a guy out of prison, and he isn't reformed. He's just going to go out and start committing crimes again. It is a major problem in the United States. And this is, I don't disagree with criminal justice reform on the surface. Do I think people should go to prison for the rest of their life for smoking weed? No, I don't believe that. I don't think that's a good way to handle that. I think that communities that ostracize people that, engage in those types of things are the better way to handle it. Having a church or something like that, a strong community that tells people, hey, you probably shouldn't use drugs because drugs aren't good for you, is much better than putting the guy in prison for the rest of his life. But on the flip side of that, you've got a violent felon or a pedophile or a rapist or a burglar, and they're serial offenders. They go in, they get more trained because they're in there with the other guys that are just like them, and then they come out more efficient at what they're doing, which is crime, right? So thinking that the state is the best way to handle criminals is insane, both insane and provably wrong, right? I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a right winger, and I can't speak for you guys, but I'm a right winger. I don't like fucking criminals, right? I want them crushed. I want them destroyed. I don't want them out there committing crimes and harming property and harming people. But at the same time, I don't want them to also go into an institution that's going to train them to be more efficient criminals. It's insane.
Yep. Yeah, no. Bob Murphy has a good in that talk I just talked about. He talks about private prisons and how they would work versus how they work now. And basically, the criminals would get released based on an insurance company essentially taking a risk on them for a certain percentage of their wages.
Right, and then all of a sudden it's beholden upon the insurance company to either come up with technology, methods, or routines to make sure that they're not repeat offenders, right?
Yep. So it's anyways, it's all good. Bob Murphy's amazing at that because he's not a leftist essentially. Like he's not saying that like, oh, these people did nothing wrong, there's no problem with like burning down a business or anything. It's just like,
it's just property, bro, quote unquote.
Yep. So, Taylor, do you have anything else to add?
No, I'm good. Yeah, you guys are crushing it on this one.
People must be coerced into following strict cultural norms identified as tradition in attempting to establish something called a natural order governed over by a natural aristocracy. A cabal of elites naturally selected to rule over society?
Naturally selected to rule over society. You know what how that would naturally occur?
Yeah, and I take offense a little bit to the word cabal.
Yeah, cabal. That's why I was just like, whoa, like throwing that one around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they would be naturally selected through a marketplace. It's not some magical property of them existing. It's gonna be through a marketplace. It's and the whole thing about any type of dynastic relation to that is just because, as we talked about last week or 2 weeks ago, it's like people's professions run in families.
Right.
On my mother's side, we have a whole bunch of engineers, and I'm another engineer. It's just
Yeah, there are heritable properties and learned properties, and people that are in families that have those same properties about the mother and father. The child is going to be or have a higher propensity to share those same abilities. I mean, it's just obvious.
And also, don't overlook their use of the word "rule over" here.
Yeah.
It was obviously like a stretch, but like on purpose. Like us saying that, like making the claim that like a natural aristocracy can emerge like outside of the state, whatever. And saying like those are the people that would guide a society towards better outcomes, and like yes, there would be a hierarchy. They would have more, let's say economic power or more property, something like that. But using the term rule is I would say is a little bit dishonest here.
Oh yeah, it's totally dishonest. But we've also kind of dealt with this the last 2 weeks.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So they're basically using conclusions that they drew last week, based on the neo-feudalism video that we did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they're building strawmen and then building case on top of a case on top of a case, and they're tolerance stacking. You may know that term, Colton. They're tolerance stacking on top of that terrible idea.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're getting at with that tolerance stacking, but it's no. Yeah, sorry Taylor, you weren't here last week, but they made a whole bunch of conclusions, and this is kind of what they concluded, all wrapped up into like a sentence.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha.
which is often described in paternalistic terms, where all of society is the dominion of one person who is free.
Natural aristocracy, a cabal, and then all of a sudden it's one person.
One person.
Yeah. Keep switching the arguments there. I mean, okay, so what if it was? So you're saying that if you have a little society, and what is community but society? In other words, a little community, and there's a guy that owns all the land, and he's leased property out to the people that live in that community voluntarily. What exactly is your problem with that?
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy that he thinks that a free market will inevitably
Lead to monopoly.
Yeah. And then
Rothbard covered this, bro. Man, economy and state.
Yeah, no. So what he believes is that with the neo-feudalism thing and the natural order thing, he thinks that Hoppe wants one landlord to like own a city and then have a quote-unquote covenant community, which is just based on that one property owner's say so. And it's just like, how did you get there?
Yeah, like I've never even heard that. I mean, I've heard it like from left libertarians and non-Hoppians, but I've never seen a Hoppian say that like, yeah, one landlord per like a 100-mile radius, and then it leases out to everybody. Like, isn't that like, I don't know, like I've never really heard that argument before from like actually somebody supporting the idea instead of just a straw man.
Yeah, I've heard it from monarchists, but I've never heard it from like a libertarian Hoppian dude.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I've heard it plenty, even from like the anarcho-monarchists, the ones that we know. But I'm just saying, like especially the ones that we know. But yeah, like just from normal like ANCAP Hoppians, I've never heard that like being argued for as like a desirable outcome, let's say, or one that would even be like possible. You know what I mean? Like on economic terms. Yeah.
But I was making this argument, I guess last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, that let's say basically what Jared said, let's say it did happen, like what's really the issue? Like if you don't own property, you're going to have to lease.
Right. That's the case now.
Yeah, that's literally what's happening now.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of like, well, what's the big issue,
The issue is they don't have their precious democracy.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're gonna do. Oh, I should also tell you, last week we had to cover the access rights to property, Taylor, which is how, because they brought up the encirclement issue.
Oh, okay. I probably should have watched last week's stream. I meant to, but I didn't.
Okay.
And yeah.
So in Nations by Consent, Rothbard goes into access rights and how people, when they're buying property, look for access rights so to make sure that they're able to go into and leave their own property.
Yeah.
And they were saying that in Hoppe's view, you can just buy a circle around someone else's property and enclose them and force them to give up their property. And in access rights gives, just gives everything, just completely destroys that. Because if he has access rights to that property, even though you have like building rights and things like that to that property, the fact that the guy you're encircling has access rights to the surrounding property would mean that you can't like keep him from leaving.
Yeah.
To and from. So.
Gotcha.
But they came to the conclusion you needed to have a right to travel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Jared's covered that many times.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's one of the most infuriating things because I don't know if I've told you this, but one of the big things keeping me from being a libertarian for so long was the right to travel. And I was like, let's say you have 100,000 people in Ancapistan, right? What's keeping the Chinese government from sending 500,000 military members just as immigrants and then buying guns and tanks and such like that inside Ancapistan and then just doing a coup d'etat inside of Ancapistan?
Right.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, and that's all linked to the idea that like libertarians must believe in the right to travel and open borders and everything like that, which we've said, and Lou Rockwell said, and Hoppe said, does not exist
Yep.
and should not.
Yep. So Jared was very, very instrumental in me becoming a libertarian.
Sweet.
So, anyways, let's continue.
Free to remove people from society for any reason they see fit, even employing violent aggression against otherwise peaceful people if it is arbitrarily deemed to be necessary, and disrespects even elementary concepts of property rights such as contract law or right of way.
Right of way. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Why is he yelling?
Well, it's because he's whinging at us.
Yeah, he's getting angry in the video because we're apparently dumb or something. Even though he uses right of way, which is like maybe he meant to say something else, but God, I hope he didn't mean right of way. That's just such a dumb concept.
Yeah, no, the whole thing about arbitrarily, if you get to use violence against people, that's based on Hoppe's quote about people who don't have higher brain functions, or people who do have higher brain functions but decide to do evil anyways. So if you don't have higher brain functions, you can be put to work like basically as a slave because you can't say no. That's Hoppe's entire thing. The whole reason why you have self-ownership is you can say no to things. And then, or you could be enjoyed as a free good. Or if you're a dangerous person who doesn't have higher brain functions, you can be fought off as a pest. And then, if you do have higher brain functions and you still decide to do wrong, you not only need to be defeated, whether that be physically or just otherwise, but you also need to be punished. So that's their whole thing about Hoppe advocating aggression, essentially, if you want to use NAP terminology.
Yeah.
I know, it's so stupid.
Those in this society are demanded to spy upon their neighbors to ensure they are not engaged in bad behaviors or beliefs that makes appeals to preserving nations or cultures, to justify government-imposed restrictions on free association, and
Okay, so what he just said...
Spying?
Yes, your neighbors are going to spy on you to make sure that you're not subverting their culture, essentially. That's what he's saying, and what he's really referring to is that there can be community standards held up in a covenant community, and your neighbors can hold you to that.
Yeah, so basically, if you've got your own little private KGB and you've agreed to the agreement that says, hey, we're going to listen into your phone calls or whatever, and you agreed to live in an area that does that, then you signed away your right to privacy there. I mean, you've lent it away. Like, right to privacy is another thing that's kind of an amorphous term, right? But I could get into that, but I don't want to waste our time here. But the idea that you can't contract certain standards away to maintain community cohesion and values is just absurd. I mean, people do it all the time. People say, "Hey, don't come into our church without hats on, like or with hats on. Like, don't come into our fucking church with a hat on." What's so bad about that?
There's there's HOAs where you have to keep your lawn nice, and
right.
If you it's not okay, there's no spying necessary there. That's a community standard that you agreed to.
Right, but I think the spying is in terms of let's say you sign a contract saying the only you cannot be a communist while living in this covenant community. Someone could try to figure out if you're a communist or not.
Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, they could try, but still, like it's just strange to like automatically like infer spying, like that would just like be the outcome. Like everyone would just be at each other's throats constantly. It's just absurd.
Yeah, it totally wouldn't be just you saying some dumb shit like the right to information or something like that, and then them being suspicious of you.
Yeah, like people are very good at outing themselves, and if someone's there to subvert a community, they usually end up making themselves pretty obvious pretty quickly. Like you don't have to have like I mean, if you did, you wanted to create your own private HOA KGB, more power to you. I'm probably not going to live there, and neither is anybody else, right? But on the flip side of that, you know, you've got people that are just going to see that you're not acting normal, and then they're going to want to talk to you through some kind of arbitration rule that you've set up in the HOA, right? Like I'm sure that that could be in there.
Yeah, it's yeah, no, and in the HOA, like they might have like in the case of like no communists, they might be able to quote unquote subpoena your phone call records or something like that. Like if you call
in common law.
yeah, like just hey, let's see if he's calling the Communist Party, you know?
Right.
So okay, I think I equalized the volume, so that we should be good now.
Humanizes people completely arbitrarily to justify infringing on their rights, up to and including enslaving and murdering them? That
The enslaving thing, the only time Hoppe's even talks about is that again is people who don't have higher brain functions who literally cannot say no to someone. You know.
Yeah, I'm not totally familiar with that argument, so I can't really speak to it.
Yeah, and neither am I. So it's just I've just been letting you handle that one. But again, why is he yelling like
Because
so much?
apparently this is such an outrage, but really all Hoppe is saying there is that people who don't have the higher brain functions to be self-actualized, let's say a 5-year-old. You know, 5-year-old's not going to say no to their parents, basically. Let's just say that, and then the parents use him to like do chores and such. You know, like what's the big issue?
Okay, yeah, I got you then.
You know, that's kind of where Hoppe derives his entire thing with children, is that children don't have the ability to say no to things, and that's how you know that they can't really be self-actualized. And so they don't have the self-ownership that adults do until they can figure out.
Yeah, send me some of that shit after this. I'd like to actually look into that.
Yeah, it's actually one of his famous quotes on Wiki Quotes.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. But all right, but yeah, I'm just really distracted by his the combination of like talking at somebody, like yelling like he is, and then the super nasally voice is really distracting.
Yeah, there's a lot of what do you call it, hyperbole here, right? Like, at least in my opinion, this faux outrage of, my God, everybody's gonna be a slave in your super Nazi totalitarian regime where, you know, they're super thought criminals and there's every other person's a member of the Stasi or something like that. This is what they're trying to convey, right? And it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, so it's actually from Democracy the God That Failed.
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about now. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so it's yeah, but it really has to do mostly with children, not necessarily the mentally insane. Like, not mentally insane, the mentally handicapped, like the lobotomized. Although,
Yeah, and this is what he's talking about also in regards to crime and punishment, right? So, I mean, if you don't understand, the proper division of labor, and you're trying to subvert the social order and trying to destroy businesses and be all of this kind of stuff, you're not, properly speaking, acting like a rational human being. You're not acting like a person, right? You're acting like an animal. You're acting ridiculous, right? So therefore, we have punishments or things like that to go along with them.
right, and if you just don't have higher brain function, let's say you're a 5-year-old who is like, why don't we just give all the poor people money?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to be treated as
like a little child. Yeah.
you're not going to be treated the same as an adult who is like that. It. Anyways.
All of this is absolutely essential, otherwise a social order is utterly impossible. This sounds fascistic, doesn't it?
Oh, told you.
Fascism. I basically anything that the left doesn't like is fascist. Like, even though, based on what they believe Hoppe is, it would be more right to call him like a feudalist or a monarchist, something along those lines. But nope, has to go with fascism.
Yeah, like if you're gonna call me a neo-feudalist, I'm probably not gonna fight you on that too much. But you sit there and call me ridiculous shit. Like, it's just absurd, right? Like, first off, the economic differences are immense. Yes, fascism's economic system is much closer to anarcho-capitalism than communism, but so is left market anarchism. It doesn't mean that it's capitalism. It's not anarcho-capitalism. It's not Hoppeanism. That doesn't make any sense. Like, even just from the economic perspective.
Read Paul Gottfried.
Yes, 100%.
Like I cannot implore enough. Like, just if you're walking around yelling fascism all the time, just read Paul Gottfried, The Career of a Concept, Fascism. It is very important, but they don't want to know. They just want to yell fascism, but they have no interest in actually learning about it.
But Taylor, have you considered that the Soviet Union was fascist?
Ugh. Yeah, talk to the people at PragerU. They'll probably tell you that.
Yeah, I know.
The communists were actually fascists because we're afraid to call anybody a communist because we're all Trotskyites.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. I just have to love whenever a conservative calls Antifa a bunch of fascists. I'm just like, bruh.
Yeah, it's both subversive and boomer tier. Like that's really how the subversives win, is they do their best to convince the boomers that this is the way things are, and they give them easy slogans to repeat, and then they eventually just take hold, right? And that's what they're trying to do right now with this shit.
Yep. So, let's continue.
Not just the Antifa, he's a fascist, anyone who disagrees with me kind. I
have to. I love this thing. This was such a great meme, like a year ago.
The Antifa giraffe.
Yep. Yeah, no, I have no idea how he got that neck that long.
It do be long,
as
though.
an unironic Oswald Mosley, Benito Mussolini-style authoritarian fascism.
I see he knows some names.
Did he just say the F word?
Yeah, no, he apparently knows some historical figures that are associated with that F word.
Yeah. Why didn't he say Franco? That's interesting.
That's actually better on his part, because Franco really wasn't a fascist.
Right, exactly, and that is in my opinion, if you're going to be comparing the quote unquote what people determine to be fascism, Franco would be a better comparison. I mean, still not accurate, but a better comparison than Mussolini. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, like Franco and Pinochet all fall closer to Hoppe than Mussolini or Mussolini.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
Yet
I
those-
wouldn't. Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah, that's why like it's just like you just said, like Mussolini and Pinochet are so vastly different. Like when it comes to like the economic doctrine, that's all I was really gonna say. Not that important.
Yeah, no. The meme version of Pinochet is much better than the actual Pinochet.
Yeah, exactly.
Mussolini-style authoritarian fascism. Yet those who hold these beliefs unironically think themselves anarchists. It's a cognitive dissonance between simultaneously holding structuralist and methodological individualist beliefs that gets resolved one way or another.
Were you around for our talk on structuralism?
I was, yeah.
But was Taylor here?
I don't believe that I was.
Okay, so we're going to have to catch you up, I think. 1 second. Let me just go back to last week because
No, we can keep going, dude. It don't matter. I'll
Yeah,
look.
we don't have
I'll look
to.
I'll look some stuff up.
okay, just look up philosophical structuralism. There's a oh, I found it. Let me just put that in so we can go back to it.
Okay, message me on Twitter.
I'm gonna do it on stream.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool.
So here is structuralism thematic. So this is the Routledge Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Structuralism can be applied to any analysis that emphasizes structures and relations, but usually designates a 20th century European, especially French, school of thought that applies the methods of structural linguistics to the study of social and cultural phenomena, starting from the insight that social and cultural phenomena are not physical objects and events, but objects and events with meaning, and that their signification must therefore be a focus of analysis. Structuralists reject causal analysis and any attempt to explain social and cultural phenomena one by one. Rather, they focus on the internal structure of cultural objects and, more importantly, the underlying structures that make them possible. Does this sound like if you're a structuralist, you must be like this totalitarian?
Yeah, it's basically just if you think culture doesn't come from thin air, then you're a structuralist.
Yeah. It's just it's just
You
crazy.
think he just wanted to? You think he just wanted to throw the word out there because nobody was gonna look it up?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Kinda-
but he says Hoppe is a structuralist, and therefore like he's this huge top-down statist essentially.
So what are they? Like, do they think that culture just comes out of thin air?
They say
Like,
they say they are pure methodological individualists, and that's how they explain culture.
Oh yeah, they're more Rothbardian than Rothbard. So that's yeah. I forgot about the agorist claim.
Yep. Well, they're not technically agorists; they're left market anarchists. But Esso is very
What?
very. Yep.
Oh, this whole time I thought they were agorists.
No. So, Esso has a agorist symbol on his T-shirt because he's a left market anarchist who's very, very much influenced by agorism.
Oh.
I think
Okay.
both of them are influenced by agorism, but I mean, left market anarchism and agorism aren't that different, so I can see it.
Yeah, agorists are left market anarchists. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's just some left market anarchists aren't agorists. All agorists are left market anarchists.
Yep. So it's just like, typically it comes down to the union question.
Yeah, yeah, the union question.
And meanwhile, for us, the union question is helicopter or wood chipper. So let's continue. But yeah, that's what they mean. They mean something entirely different from structuralist than philosophical structuralist. Even though they're saying that he's a philosophical structuralist, I want to strangle these people sometimes.
Ugh. Not a serious claim.
Not
Feds.
a serious claim. It's mostly because they're frustrating. You know how that can be,
Yeah.
just like someone's being super frustrating, and then all of a sudden you're just like,
Colton is not Fed posting. Colton is not Fed posting. Colton is not Fed posting.
yeah. Let's continue.
Those that fall into structuralism become statists. Who can blame them? They took these fundamentally authoritarian assumptions about social and economic relationships and took them to their logical conclusion. It's a process that's been repeated innumerable times. A principled or otherwise knowledgeable anarchist starts reading Hans-Hermann Hoppe and internalizes his narratives about argumentation ethics, secessionism, neo-feudalism, the natural order, proprietarianism, unilateral...
Proprietarianism.
God, I love how they just throw shit in the middle of the fucking mix.
Yep.
Like, are they referring to like Kurt Doolittle proprietarianism, or like libertarians that believe in private property? Like, I don't.
It's meant intentional. Like, this is I may be like not correct, but it looks evidently true that they're trying to associate Hoppe with Kurt Doolittle.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yeah, no, it's... I've also seen people say that proprietarianism is basically what private property libertarians believe that don't believe in the right of way, or quote unquote the right to free travel.
And just to note, everybody watching, if we get like into a debate with a bunch of black guys, we're not going to piss our pants. Just FYI.
Didn't he say? I forget. That's insane that even happened.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wait, what?
I wouldn't show myself in public ever again. Ever. Not even once.
So, Colton, if you didn't know, Kurt Doolittle like went out to talk to like people about proprietarianism, and he got confronted by a bunch of black Marxists, and he basically pissed his pants and said they had bigger dicks than he did.
Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Yeah.
All I knew about Kurt Doolittle was that he was a Fed.
Very true.
Like, and actually provably a Fed, because he has even talked about how he has experience in these revolutions, and how he goes to Ukraine for stuff. So he kind of jumps between Washington D.C., Ukraine, and I think Belarus.
Yeah, not a guy that Hoppe would associate with, because I can guarantee you, even as old as Hoppe is, he would light a cigarette and start smacking bitches. That's what he would do.
Yeah, no, I anyways, I can't believe anyone still listens to Doolittle, but let's keep going.
Yep.
Lateral contract theory and structuralist cultural norms, more than likely having been suggested to read his work. That these clearly subversive narratives definitively explain anarchy and property ethics somehow.
Subversive. I just love that how they were calling us the subversives.
Yeah, like Project Munch.
Yep.
Then they become statists. It's a process I call going full Hoppean.
So let's they have a definition on screen, so let's show that.
Hold on. We got to say for everybody, anybody or everybody that watches, become Hoppean.
Yep.
Take the Hoppe pill.
Like right now. Like literally go and read Aristocracy to Monarchy to
Democracy.
yeah, to Democracy, and then pick up Democracy, the God That Failed.
Yeah. It really depends on where you're coming from. If you're more of a monarchist dude, I would definitely say from aristocracy to monarchy to democracy. However, if you're more just a general libertarian or conservative, just democracy, the god that failed is the best.
And if
Intro.
you want to dive into anything about property rights, obviously check out the Economics and Ethics of Private Property, another amazing Hoppe book.
Yeah.
Not as sternly focused as some of the things that we usually talk about, but a great book.
Yeah. A theory of socialism and capitalism is really good to understand, like what socialism is, what it does economically and socially, as well as what capitalism does, in terms of ethics.
And the Mises Institute did an audiobook for the theory of socialism and capitalism that is very, very good. If anybody wants to look in the podcast app on their phone, you can get it. It's great.
Highly recommend for other more radical right-wing friends to check out A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism. It'll change your perspective, I guarantee it.
100%. Might actually be the most underrated Hoppe book.
Agree.
Yeah, to me, it's actually one of his best. Just because once you read the socialism of all the ones with the socialism of something, you actually understand what's going on socially. Like it all puts everything in perspective.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So. Yep. So a full Hoppean is an anarchist who, after reading Hans-Hermann Hoppe, becomes a neo-reactionary statist.
It's Hans-Hermann Hoppe, Colton. Hans-Hermann Hoppe.
Yep.
And did they hyphenate wrong? I think that's an improper hyphenation.
Yeah, it's an improper hyphenation. Hans-Hermann is actually his first name, and it's hyphenated.
Yeah.
And but apparently they think Hoppe is a wine mom.
I mean, every single in public picture is of him with a glass of whiskey and a cigarette. So I'm not sure.
Whiskey is far more masculine than wine.
It's very true. Yeah, that is true. Not a wine mom, but very much.
Yeah, Hoppe's like 6'2", and he's like in his fucking 70s. He still smokes. I mean, like
insane.
That dude's fucking Chad. Like
true Chad.
Yeah. He's like my grandfather. Because I think Hans-Hermann Hoppe is actually 6'4", and my grandfather is 6'6". And it took until my grandfather was 80 when his doctor told him that if he kept drinking like a sailor every day and smoking like a pack of cigarettes every day, that he was going to die soon. So that's when he stopped smoking and drinking as much. He still like has I would say a few. He might have a bottle of vodka every week.
Wow.
Don't worry, I picked up where he left off. Don't worry.
So something I want to talk about here is, at the end of this, they say becomes a neo-reactionary statist. So let's take the root word of neo-reactionary, and I want to reference Andrew D. Allison's excellent article that he wrote for us over on Hoppean.org. Check it out. Colton, I'll give you the link so you can post it down in the description. But it will show you exactly why right libertarianism and libertarianism as a whole is a reactionary movement, and why you should just go ahead and start embracing that terminology. Now, the neo-reaction part of this is a little different. I don't think Hoppe would consider himself a neo-reactionary. I certainly enjoy reading things from Moldbug and Nick Land. Shout out to Outsideness, who followed me on Twitter. Thanks for that follow, Nick Land. If you're ever watching this, which I doubt. But they certainly do have some very interesting takes. A lot of their stuff comes from the old right, Rothbard and Hoppe. So there's definitely some crossover there, and then but mixing that in with status is just it's just derogatory and it's just a put down. It's just garbage.
Yep. All right, I'll be waiting on that link to update the description.
Will do.
It begins with unironically arguing in favor of political action, such as secessionism, or in favor of political candidates who use rhetoric about tradition.
So I really do think that people like to reference Spooner a lot do not actually read Lysander Spooner.
Yeah, exactly.
Please read No Treason. Like, if you're going to talk about the impropriety of political action and you're going to ever talk about Lysander Spooner, you have to read No Treason. Read the first 10 pages, and you'll start to understand where Lysander Spooner is coming from. And he specifically says that you can vote and use political action in self-defense. It's totally reasonable. There are plenty of counter arguments to a lot of Spooner's arguments, but this one makes a lot of sense. And you just got to read it. Rothbard also is in the same line here, and so is Hoppe. So the moment that you argue that Hoppe or Hoppeans are status, you're also in that same vein calling Hoppe, Rothbard, and Lysander Spooner status as well. So, like, this is just absurd. Just shut up, you know?
Right, and they're talking about secessionism as political action, and the thing is that it's different from political action as like, oh, as soon as we get a guy into the White House, we're going to get everything we want. No, this political action of secessionism is actually breaking down the political system.
Exactly. Yeah, we're using it to defend ourselves against the state, not using it to prop up a state. Like, strategy is not philosophy. They can be linked, but for God's sakes, be intellectually honest here, you know?
Yep.
All right, you want to move on?
Yeah. Oh, 1 second. Never mind. I am going to... I put the article in the wrong...
Shout out to that guy. Really great article. You can follow him on Twitter. It's under his real name, Andrew D. Allison, so check him out.
Yep. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that article was great.
Yeah, no, apparently he doesn't have much time to talk on Twitter, which I completely understand where he is and what he's doing. You know, not everyone has a time to be a dopamine addict.
Yeah.
Or limited government, arguing that they are property rights supporters. Support for these candidates or any other statist or even collectivist cause is identified as pragmatism. Pragmatism is, of course, a...
1 second. Oh, we caught that anyways. Never mind. But he says on the screen, he just said pragmatism is literally just consequentialism.
Meaningless term that can be used to arbitrarily justify literally anything that the speaker happens to like. For example, overtly recommending government policy as a pragmatic methodology to achieving anarchism, a state in which there would be no government policy. As though this step were a more expedient or efficient method of achieving a goal compared to the alternative. However, no proof is ever presented towards this, such as...
No proof is ever brought towards this. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. This is what the image that they use, that they just put up on screen as soon as I paused it. You see, I've never really agreed with this, especially number 4.
Yeah, first off, that's not the progression that Hoppe talks about in what we would be doing to validate that separation. So I don't really know where. And I love Hoppean Snake memes. I hope he comes back. I think he makes great memes, but yeah, not wonderfully constructed. But I mean, it's a freaking meme, right?
Yep. Yeah, no, it's just it would be more accurate to say that you go from 3 to 7 without even going to 4, 5, or 6. Or maybe you go from straight to 3 to 6 to 8. You know.
Yeah, that could also make sense too.
You know, it even though you could say that like both 6 and 7 quote unquote violate the nap, but it's just like, well, you not everything, not the strategy that will get you to 8 is not necessarily going to be 100% based on private property and all of that. You know, it's going to be, you know, you might have to use political means, let's say, to get to it.
Yeah, you could easily make the argument too that 6 and 7 are the same thing, and you could go from, you know, if you want to consider 3 where we currently are, and you wanted to move to 5 to then, you know, go that direction, or go from 3 to 6 or 7 and then to 5, then to 8. That could also make sense. But it depends on how you view things. Really, at the end of the day, 6 and 7 are really where we want to be. Like, that's the very first step, right? Like, that's what we need to do. We need to separate, and we need to do it now.
Okay, so let's just continue.
How regressing to absolute monarchies or feudalism are pragmatic steps towards anarchism.
It's not that we'll progress to feudalism, it's just that an aristocratic order comes out of people freely associating in a stateless society. You can see this in ancient Ireland that had kings that could not tax.
Right.
It was just because they were considered to be the best judge in all of the land that they were kings. And there was also like movements by families to try to get their person as king, but overall it was mostly an honor system rather than a anything, you know, like you're conquering someone else in order to be king. So
Right. And this is the same thing, you know, in regards to, you know, like taxes and things like that. They're like, oh, well, your rent is really just taxes, right? Like, and this is how they justify. And I'm not saying these guys do this, but I've seen a lot of leftists in this realm do this kind of thing. You know, rent is basically just taxes. So, and we don't want either of those. Therefore, you lending or leasing things is really, you're just creating a microstate. I mean, this is the kind of argumentation, right?
yep. Yeah, so yeah, let's continue.
How we need to back the blue or sim.
Oh, this is great. So this guy. So what they've done in this is that they have taken out all of the identifying. Well, they tried to take out all the identifying things, but we know who this is. It's atomic. And so
People not watching, Atomic is like a hilarious troll that we're friends with.
yeah, and not only is he a hilarious troll, he's also like 16. So you have to remember that the first person he brings up to represent Hoppeans is a 16-year-old.
Right.
It's not like, you know, he's I don't even know how to say this. It's kind of disingenuous to use someone who is extremely young to like paint the entire movement as
And
bad.
he's obviously this is a joke. Like me RN is a meme joke language. Like
Yeah.
it's usually like not meant in like full seriousness. It's to make a joke.
Can you show what he was looking at there?
No, I can't. The account was suspended off Twitter.
No shit.
So it was probably something like violent riots or some, you know, people killing each other, something like that. And he's like, you know, well, fuck, you know, back the fucking cops. You know, like I'd rather, you know, see cops than violent mob of riots or whatever. What are the comments they're saying?
It's nice, true heroism, LMAO. Okay, this is epic. We love our cops. We love our cops, all law enforcement. I don't think they're doing it to Jono specifically, just to getting the crowd to disperse.
Oh, this was about. I remember this. This was about. This was about the cops shooting those reporters with paintball guns. I remember that tweet. That was funny as shit.
And like this is like the best that they got. Like,
they're using it as like a case against Hoppean.
yeah, like
It's so funny.
who knows?
Yep.
Oh my god, that is so funny. Like I definitely remember that. It's a joke. It's funny as hell, but it's like, come on, man. Like you're. I love Atomic. I miss him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, no. So, anyways, this is just the first person they use as a 16-year-old, and that's the big thing for me is that one, a 16-year-old is joking, but it's also like, why
Yeah,
are you
come
using
on.
a 16-year-old? Like if you're going to say, Hoppians are so bad, why don't you use someone older like me, Jared, Taylor?
Or use someone that has some gravitas, some people that are like, economists that also subscribe to Hopper. Someone that's not just, like not even me. Like I consider myself extremely well read on Hopper, but like if you're going to do this, like get some people that aren't just random internet people. But maybe that's the whole point is to, paint us in a corner. And if that's fine, let's see what else they got.
Right. But what I was going to mostly is just the age thing. Like, you have this teenager being immature, and it's like, well, yeah, that's what.
Yeah, it's a teenager. That's what they do.
Yeah. So now they're gonna switch to the stream, if I remember the video correctly. So.
More bootlicking slogans to express support for legislation enforcers using government violence to suppress political opponents. It's pragmatic, you see.
Yeah. It's totally not a joke, bro.
Yeah, it's totally not a joke, and you're totally not sticking up for the propaganda arm of the state there by being against Atomic, are you?
Yeah.
It was funny.
I know, like
I don't know how to stress. I don't know how to stress this enough. Like it was really funny. So,
Well,
like,
even if a joke is not funny, like it just fails to land, that doesn't make it all automatically like immoral or something.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's just like, how do you not get that it was literally a joke? Like, I don't know. You could tell they were looking through Atomic's Twitter and just like trying to find anything to use because they're like only aware of like I don't know how many Hoppians. You know what I mean?
The stream can't see this, but you should be able to see how many Atomic posts they have.
Well, at least they didn't most.
Yeah, at least. Oh God.
Yep. So, anyways, let's continue.
This process of going full Hoppean ends with the Hoppean self-identifying as a statist of some form, either a neo-Confederate, a monarchist, or a fascist. Once it becomes clear to the Hoppean that...
So let's address this neo-Confederate thing.
Jared.
Yeah.
They're coming right after you, bro.
Yeah, okay. Like that's fine. David Frum. Like that's who these guys are right now. Like you want to use terms like neo-Confederate, you're David Frum. Shut up.
No,
like,
we do have a YouTube video about this, but let me just pull it up. Anyways.
But yeah, like I mean, you can't sit there and like in the previous secession video, they're saying that the South was correct to secede, and then now you want to call us neo-Confederates? Okay, well, aren't you a fucking neo-Confederate? You just fucking said that the South was right to secede. Like, did you forget the argument you made 10 fucking minutes ago? Like, are you fucking retarded? Like, are you gonna talk shit about my fucking heritage when you don't fucking know shit and you're probably some dumb Yankee fuck? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, I can't fucking stand this. Like, you're gonna use a fucking David Frum fucking argument. Can you pause that for a second? Like, you're going to use a fucking David Frum argument here to try and come at us. Like, next, are you going to fucking tell us that you support the fucking Iraq war, and if people don't fucking support the Iraq war, then their status? Like, this is the fucking line of argumentation that's being used, and I'm getting a little fucking pissed off because that kind of rhetoric being used by supposedly libertarians is just absurd. Like, this is shit that people have leveled against us for 10 fucking years, and now you're going to use their fucking rhetoric against us? That, you know what that makes you? That makes you a piece of fucking shit. That's what it makes you.
Yeah, they're literally using the same arguments as people that are supposedly their enemies. You know what I mean?
Actually, it makes you a zombie.
Dr. Woods holds a bachelor's degree in history from Harvard and is a zombie.
Yes, I wrote this book called Nullification, and the argument in it basically is as follows: that right now our federal government basically does whatever it wants without any constitutional restraints, and in fact, if you raise the issue of the Constitution, you say, where do you get the authority to do thus and so, they laugh. They actually laugh at you. So I want to remind people of what Thomas Jefferson said, that if the federal government does something that's unconstitutional, you shouldn't enforce it. Obviously, if a law is unconstitutional, it's not a law at all. And he and Madison actually said in 1798 that the states were duty-bound to resist if the federal government went beyond its legitimate constitutional boundaries. Duty-bound to resist. And as a matter of fact, you can summarize Jefferson's argument really in just one sentence, which is that if the federal government is allowed to have a monopoly on determining what its own powers are, we have no right to be surprised when it keeps discovering new ones.
Neo-Confederate.
And that's basically what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's what this is, and it's you know, Bob and Tom have a great way of, you know, finding this to be funny. I don't find it as funny because it is such a ridiculous thing that's been leveled against so many good people that like, if you want to say that I'm triggered, yeah, I'm fucking triggered. Like, I'll beat your fucking ass if you ever.
Well, like I said, dude, like they're like that's your thing, man. That's crazy that they even like I don't understand. Like you said, like they were literally like saying like the South had the right, and then they're just like, now all these Hoppians are neo-Confederates, and it's just like I don't think we're misunderstanding them either. Like, I think that's genuinely like they don't understand why they're contradicting their own supposed arguments.
Yeah, I just like this because it's kind of showing what these people are like. You can be entirely reasonable, and
they just throw a word out.
Yeah, they just throw a word out and just slander you. It's so annoying.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
I love that video, though. Shout out Tom Woods.
Yeah, shout out Tom Woods. Bob Murphy. Good old Bob. Even though I don't agree with him often, he's still a good guy.
He is.
Yep.
They have no way of conceptually refuting political rule. At that point, they're an anarchist the same way Marxists are anarchists, in the latter's desire to implement a dictatorship of the proletariat as a pragmatic step to achieving anarchism. In other words, they're confused. For the longest time,
No, you're confused. First off, the dictatorship of the proletariat is literally democracy. You know that thing that Hoppe wrote a book about, saying it was a failed god and it was an absolute piece of shit system that really just created exactly what you just said, a dictatorship of people, where you trade a dictator 3,000 miles away for 3,000 dictators 1 mile away. You know, that thing that he's talking about, that you're confused. You're assuming here that people like us want some form of dictatorship that isn't valid. If you are the sole property owner and someone walks into your business and you say, leave, I don't like the way you look, you have a big nose or an ugly face or
big nose
or whatever, like, yeah, I'm the fucking dictator of my property. I'm dictating to you to get the fuck out. That's what it makes me, right? I am the sole person who makes decisions about my own property. That's totally and utterly legitimate. It's been justified by Ludwig von Mises, Murray Rothbard, Hans-Hermann Hoppe, any number of people, including going all the way back to Bastiat, right? Like this is the ultimate thing that libertarianism is about, is property. And if you don't understand that and you don't respect that, which clearly you don't, if you're talking about, saying that, I don't have a right to control my own property, then what good are you? You're nothing more than a pseudo-Marxist that says that there are certain ways that I can treat and control my own property. And really, you're going to compare us to the Marxists when you're saying that you don't believe in exclusive property rights. Like, fuck off.
Does anyone else have anything else to say about that?
I'm good.
Yep, I'm good too.
Did I cover that well enough?
Yeah. We have nothing else to add.
Process has absolutely baffled me. I've read Hop too, but I didn't get it. What is it about it that makes it so persuasive, that corrupts otherwise solid, principled anarchists into literal authoritarians like freaking clockwork? After a lot of consideration, I believe we've figured it out. But here's another question. Where do we start?
Well, let's start by looking at some of the more common ways in which people are methodically propagandized in our society, and then compare this to Hoppe's slant on liberty.
Oh god, this face. I don't get why he uses that face.
Libertarianism. I highly doubt that anyone watching this video would recognize the way people are taught to view the state and social structures in government schools as anything other than cult-like brainwashing. So I will use the Prussian model of education as my example. When people are being enrolled into a government school, they're going to be about 4 or 5 years old. At this point in your life, and for roughly the next 5 to 7 years, you're just beginning to develop an understanding of yourself, how you generally are going to go about meeting your own interests, how to use information as a way to build your own path to achieving said interests, and so on. This is why the government's curriculum for this period of time tends to focus on very basic subjects like math, social skills, and language conventions, which one could use to develop their concept.
So it should be noted here that usually that this is the case unless you live in a totalitarian regime where often, and not even totalitarian regimes, just regimes intend on maintaining their own power, they'll propagandize children from birth. I mean, it's literally starts at an extremely young age where, not to be cringy here, but the Pledge of Allegiance, right? That's just one form of getting people used to the idea that we show respect and reverence for certain things, especially the state. For police, they bring police all the time into elementary schools and things like that to tell kids about who they are and what they do, and they're really great guys and blah, blah, blah. This kind of thing is not just strictly relegated to higher levels of thinking at a later age. It happens pervasively across all ages.
Yep.
Depending on the location.
And even libertarians have kind of gotten that in that. Remember the Tom Woods guy that had the what was it, the Pledge of Libertaria, or the Song of whatever it is, and it's based on the Soviet anthem?
Yeah, I'm not familiar, but that's interesting.
Yeah. Anyways, it's if you want to have a society that's well formulated, you're going to want to have these self-enforcing customs and traditions,
Right, and that isn't necessarily the same as the propaganda that the state uses, because the people that are usually wanting this to occur are the parents, the community, and the family that surrounds this individual or this person, this child, not the state saying that you need to do this.
So Filthy Heretic is supposed to be a Catholic. The Catholic Church has catechism classes for young children in order to quote unquote indoctrinate them into Catholicism. Really, it's just teaching them about it. It's not any. really, it's you're going to have this in any type of organization, especially one that is like a church. It's just
Yeah.
it's just when the state does it, it's doing it to justify theft.
Right, and I don't agree with the premise here that the state, like I said, exclusively focuses on those types of rudimentary skills and things like that, because they don't. And people that end up growing up to be leaders in their field, you'll often see them having done research of their own, even as a child, or done experiments and things like that in the field that they end up going into. They have a lifelong passion for it from the very beginning. Someone bought them a telescope, and now they're an astronomer, and they use that telescope every night. It doesn't matter that that didn't help them write a paper or anything like that, but it kept their interest alive, and it kept them learning, and eventually made them easier to learn the other things that are associated with that. Like if you know how to dial in and focus a telescope, if you're in college and you're taking an amateur or astronomy class or something like that, and you know how to do that, you're not trying to learn the basics, right? You've already got a leg up. Same thing with Southerners and the tradition of teaching them how to use firearms. If they go into any kind of field where like competitive shooting, they've got a leg up on the people that never had that, right? And the thing that we talked about in the previous video with learning things at a lower level when you're a child and your parents have those same types of skills and abilities, they all goes towards this, right? So
Yep. Like, for me, I'm going to be buying a book fairly soon in the next couple of years about building a radar system for less than $100, and I'm going to have that for my children when they grow up. So they're going to be building radar systems, they're going to have a leg up on becoming a radar engineer or, just radio engineer, than, someone who doesn't have a parent that does that.
right.
So, it's... Yeah, no, and I'm also going to be teaching them things like the trivium, having them reading Hans-Hermann Hoppe, at least Democracy of the God That Failed when they're, young. They're going to be knowing all these things,
Oh, but no, you're just a propagandist. You see, that's the argument, right? That you're just a propagandist, and you're just trying to infer what you want them to infer, and you're controlling them. You're an authoritarian. Oh.
Yeah, no, but it's just like, well, yeah, that's kind of how this kind of has to happen, Like
Right.
your parents have to instill you with values, and it's going to be the values they want you to, which is entirely different from the state basically abducting you and teaching you values that helps the state.
Exactly.
Conceptual understanding and the basis
Oh, did Taylor have anything to say about that?
Nope, I'm good.
for that understanding of most subjects with, along with precisely why the curriculums attempt to establish a very rigid set of parameters for what is or is not acceptable. Because people at this age aren't being given skills to develop themselves as individuals, along with evaluating and identifying their own interests. They're being essentially programmed to have a very deeply ingrained internal set of interests that they can have, and ways that they could go about meeting those interests, and if they think differently, they're punished. Then, of course, around age 12, around the time where one starts being able to develop a more abstract, nuanced interpretation of the world, the curriculums begin focusing on civics, history, and other very empirical or information-based ways of approaching the construction of one's worldview. And wouldn't you know it, just like the aptly titled primary school's curriculum, all of these subjects are framed in a way to conform to what the state taught about how one needs to go about trying to achieve their interests, and what the right or wrong ways of doing so are, along with punishing people who ask the wrong questions about the state's narrative of society and history. So, what does this have even remotely to do with Hoppe and Hoppeans? Well, the way that Hoppe's philosophy is presented to a libertarian audience, what he claims to be trying to demonstrate, what he claims the role of his work in both the Austrian methodology and libertarianism is, along with the way he consciously restructures the core premises of the principles he refers to without noting this or justifying why he thinks that it would be better to reconceptualize how these principles explain themselves, create a dialectic which causes Hoppians to inherently view any critics as opponents and opponents as threats to their interests, regardless of what their criticism is or how they go about explaining their concerns. We've already explained in great detail what these subversions to libertarian philosophy Hoppe introduces are, but
Speaking about subversion, me being anti-left and anti-subversion is actually something that happened before I was a libertarian. You know, the Yuri guy that is now in the Call of Duty trailer and all of that. That's stuff that I was actually finding very important before I met Jared. So it's like,
that's actually really good to stress, because like they are assuming that people are becoming libertarians only from the left.
Yeah. And I think that this may be extremely clever, or I could be totally off base here, but I think that they're intentionally projecting. Because there is such a well-documented history of subversion in right-wing circles. Subversion started as a left-wing tactic. This is an objective historical fact. The idea of entryism was created by Leon Trotsky, a leftist communist. They invaded the Socialist Party in France and flipped that Socialist Party into a full-blown Communist Party. I mean, this is all historical fact. Wilson was friends with Trotsky. Woodrow Wilson, our president, one of our presidents in America, he gave him an American passport so he could travel around. Wilson then comes up with the 14 points plan that amazingly looks an awful lot like Trotsky's plan for permanent revolution. There are numerous other historical examples. Let's take a look at someone I was talking about today with Reclaiming the American Right by Justin Raimondo. Like, read that freaking book. Like, learn about how ex-Trotskyists invaded the Republican Party and totally kicked out the old right. They're like the Republicans today, the neoconservatives anyway, the neocons, they're all fucking communists. Look at Rothbard, and there's an article that I've written detailing all this. Look at what Rothbard saw when he started courting SDS, our Students for a Democratic Society. When he did that, he brought in the first leftist surge into libertarian circles, but because before that it was entirely right wing. When he started reaching over the line with Karl Hess to SDS, that was the first time leftists were introduced into libertarianism. And Rothbard regretted that decision for the rest of his life after the 70s. He regretted that decision because he realized that these leftists will never give up their inherently communist ideas, and they will use subversion to subvert the organizations that they become a part of. Rothbard saw it happen with the Libertarian Party. He was so incredibly angry with himself because he saw what had happened in the old right and then realized he had enabled that to happen to the Libertarian Party. There's a great quote from him talking about how egalitarians made their way into the Libertarian Party, and then that's why he left. And that's why he started to talk more, late Rothbard started to talk more about right wing and the ideas of hierarchy and the ideas of limited immigration through private property rights and things like that. You got to check this stuff out, because if you don't, you're going to take this BS on its face and you're going to be 100% wrong, and you're going to look either like a fool or you might be totally accepted because they're winning right now.
Nations by consent. It was mentioned earlier. Great article. Fantastic. A lot of these people want you to forget about Rothbard at his best, which was in the 80s and 90s.
Right.
But yeah, definitely check that out. Very much rooted in the ideas that Jared's talking about.
Oh, sorry. My article is called Hoppeanism is a Right-Wing Ideology. Check that out on Hoppean.org. It's the history of how libertarianism and thus Hoppeanism is a right-wing idea, and how leftism has really no place in this from a historical perspective.
All right.
So they totally destroyed their subversion argument here.
Yeah, for sure. Colton, are you alive? You good, brother? Well, Colton's gone.
I think my speech put Colton to sleep.
Yeah, no, dude, it was a good one. But yeah, Jared's article, Hoppeanism is a right wing philosophy. Is that what it's called? Ideology, philosophy.
Right wing ideology, yeah.
Right wing ideology, yeah. Like I wrote my only article for Hoppean.org so far, which is taking libertarianism back. Now Jared himself won't use libertarian to describe himself. I still do, because of I refuse to give it to the subversives. It might be a losing battle. It probably is, but there's we see the same issue whenever it comes to egalitarians and leftists trying to take it, not Hoppians, not right-wingers trying to take the meaning of the word. I would welcome more right-wingers. That's exactly what I want.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing here, right? We're trying to expose this subversive nature of the left taking control of libertarian ideas, and when libertarian ideas have never been left-wing. It stands for that small period of time where Rothbard said he made a mistake. I mean, these are right-wing ideas. They're based in hierarchy. This is a fact. I'm writing something right now in regards to that to explain the ideas around hierarchy and how they integrate with libertarianism. It will eventually be very obvious that this is the case. Hopefully everybody will read that once I put it out. But yeah, at the end of the day, I totally understand where you're coming from here, because it's hard to give up something that has so much gravitas behind it, so much work and history behind that term, to see one mistake that was made by an incredibly intelligent and brilliant man destroy that idea, or even to destroy a piece of terminology. It's hard. It's really, really hard.
Yeah, it's just it's something that it's terrible to see. And in my experience, my leftist friends, they're whenever I would tell them about how libertarians don't view themselves as right wing, or that it's not a necessarily right wing idea, and they're like, what? They're like, what are you talking about? It's obvious. It's private property,
right? Yeah,
it's insane that my friends that are mutualists and ANCOMs are better on this than libertarians themselves.
Right. Yeah, it's just ignorance. Nobody has taken the time, as Hoppe says, nobody reads anymore. And that is pretty obvious, because if you had read, if you'd understand the journals and things that came out at the time, if you've read the history of libertarianism, this conclusion is undeniable, just from a historical perspective alone. And I'm working on the philosophical one, because it hasn't been all the way fleshed out by Hoppe and Rothbard yet. I'm trying to add to that, but even just historically, it is obvious that it is a right-wing ideology.
Yeah, so it is in your face. It's a pro hierarchy, pro private property. Automatically right wing. That's a right wing idea, 100%.
Yeah, you can't deny it. Colton, are you back yet?
Is he alive, dude?
I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Damn, we're almost 2 hours in already. What's up?
Okay, apparently my mic got disconnected when I went to go find a book.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I could not find my James Buchanan book on the Reagan presidency and how neocons basically hijacked it. But
I haven't read that. I'd like to read that.
I actually, yeah, I was like, I remember somebody brought that up in the Twitter chat. Like, what? That was a long time ago, and I was like, I need to read that.
Yeah. There's also the Battle Hymn by I think it's James Buchanan again. Or it might be something else about the New World Order and stuff like that. Yeah, anyways, it's a bunch of people have talked about, not just Rothbard, about the subversion of the right. You know, it's not it's something that you just need to read about, essentially.
Yeah, like look up who Irving Kristol is, and then your mind will immediately get blown.
Yep. So let's continue. We'll hour 45 minutes into this, so we're making good time as we're almost halfway done. So
you'll notice that all of them combined create a sort of Hegelian propaganda model, where Hoppe presents what he proposes as the identification of a problem with libertarian principles, which either don't exist or overemphasize the importance of a long-refuted criticism to libertarian philosophy in order to manufacture a sense of necessity for whatever new claim Hoppe is attempting to introduce as an expansion upon the supposedly flawed aspects of libertarianism. This makes even the mere notion of being critical of Hoppe's ideas to his followers comparable to being critical of libertarianism, because in order for libertarianism to be coherent within this new framework that Hoppe's constructed, Hoppe's subversions to libertarianism are necessary. Not to mention that Hoppe's subversions together, especially the structuralist interpretation of society and the notion that a libertarian society has to have law imposed from the top down by an organization which has a total monopoly on all resources, all construct a pretty clear positive association, not only with political authority, but specifically neo-reactionary views, which is why Hoppeans do go full Hoppe.
So not only is that Hoppe is not a subversive element, he's actually got the go-ahead with Rothbard, saying that, you know, basically Rothbard just loved Hoppe. Not only that, but also libertarianism is reactionary. It was started through a reaction to the New Deal. Like, I don't know what else to say.
That's a great point. It was literally just like a reaction to the New Deal policies of the progressive era. Like, that's why Rothbard started the whole thing. Like, that was his, you know, like, his real, like, not his awakening, because he was like, what, pretty much old, right? Even in college, right?
Right. Yeah, it was when he started reading Mencken that he really started to understand the subversive nature of the state, right? And Mencken talks about this. Mencken also talks about natural aristocracy, if people didn't know that, and which is interesting because I'm sure that these guys also either find Mencken to be great or Mencken to be in the same vein of a fascist, quote unquote fascist, that they consider Hoppe to be. So that's another interesting take. So, you know, you've got like, do these guys consider Rothbard a fascist? Because you got the precursor to Rothbard that believes in natural aristocracy the same way that Hoppe does, and then you've got Hoppe on the other side, who Rothbard claimed was his intellectual heir. Therefore, it would be really hard for you to claim that Rothbard is also not a quote-unquote fascist in this regard.
Yep.
They probably would. Like that's really it. Like from what I've seen out of like the, you know, the libertarian to left market anarchist pipeline, which is a thing I'm gonna now use like forever, because because now, like, there was the libertarianism to alt-right pipeline that everybody talked about, and now they're talking about the libertarian to Hoppean pipeline. I'm gonna go with the libertarian to left market anarchist pipeline. Like, you see, like they're like, yeah, Rothbard was fantastic. I love Rothbard. And then as soon as you bring up 90s Rothbard, they're like, oh, that was bad Rothbard. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that is very much a feature of these people. Like they will literally just say that like, oh yeah, Rothbard's great, Main Economy in the States, like my favorite book, The Ethics of Liberty. Oh my god, like I've read that like 20 times. But the case for right wing populism, I didn't like it. It's scary. Like 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 they will call Rothbard their like intellectual real person who got them into all this, and say that it's very important to their thinking, while claiming that Rothbard was some sort of like right-wing fascist, fascio, ANCAP, whatever, just because of his later thoughts in life that he really hashed out.
Covenant communities are totally anarcho-fascism. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny because with the whole Covenant communities, like, it's all based on what the market wants, and so it's like, why are these quote-unquote market anarchists so concerned with what the market might do in an anarchist way, Because
they don't like markets. I say this all the time about these people. Like, they don't like markets. They don't like they're like, I don't like capitalism because of capital, but I love markets. No, you don't like markets because markets need capital to have prices.
Right.
Yep. Like, you don't like markets. You just like putting that word in there because you don't want to be a Marxist, even though they are.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, what I think would be more adequate would be to say that they are market socialist anarchists. Just add that socialist in there, and all of a sudden it makes sense.
That would help, but still, like, market socialists don't like markets.
Yeah.
Just call it the libertarian and communist pipeline, because that's what it is.
Libertarian to communist pipeline, exactly, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, like the left market anarchist pipeline actually like gives them too much credit. Like, it's just a libertarian to communist pipeline.
Yep.
So, also, sooner or later, I'll get to writing articles again, and I'll get to Roderick Long. So
that'll be interesting.
Oh. That's good. I actually like Roderick Long. I can't stand his writings. He just seems like an okay guy. Like his lectures at Mises, like the Mises Institute, are pretty good. But yeah, his like I can't do the left libertarian like economics things. It's so bad. Like the Austro left. Like I can't stand it. But yeah, he's very good. In the terms of like that school, he's definitely like that's their best by far.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But
from reading Roderick Long and then Kunkin and then Roderick Long, I would actually have to say Kunkin seems a little bit better.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, because he's not calling for unions, essentially. Unions to run everything.
But didn't he advocate for like the guild system?
No, well, Roderick Long, I haven't seen anything with guilds, but was talking about how it was the conservative unions that won out in the 1920s and 1930s. We should have really had those radical socialist unions win out, and I was just like, dude, you're just a communist, like.
Yeah, exactly.
If you believe that.
Yeah, and that's really what a lot of these people are. They're just communists in denial. That's really what they are.
Yeah, I tried to explain it to Emo the other day, and I was like, imagine if you tried to match syndicalism with Austrian economics.
Yeah.
That's it. No, that's what they're doing. It. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm just like, it's kind of retarded.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
They always become either a monarchist, some form of white nationalist, or neo-Confederates. So, Hoppeans like to dismiss people such as Cantwell or that guy T as outliers, and insist that there isn't any sort of obvious logical progression inherent to Hoppe's ideas, which would lead one to developing their views. However, as you all can clearly see, there very obviously is. But regardless, it's not even really that Hoppeans don't see the issues, which Heretic and I have highlighted previously. It's that from their perspective, acknowledging them is perceived as an attack against the foundation of their view of the world, and consequently their interests as people, which causes them to engage in cognitive dissonance in order to protect it. So, in much the same way that government schools and state
Stop right
media
there.
brainwashes people into...
What are you, my therapist?
Yeah,
What the hell is that? But no, like, I would never say that that guy T is an outlier. That guy T is great. Like,
Yeah,
he's not a
yeah.
Hoppean. He's great.
And
He works for fee.
Yeah,
Like, he's awesome.
He literally works with Jeffrey Tucker. How
Yeah,
on earth are you going to say that he's a fucking fascist?
And they were using, I was going to say something earlier because they were using the right Hegelian thing because somebody's read Tucker's book that just came out 2 years ago. I know this dude did because he's been dropping a lot of shit from it. And like with like the anti-Hoppean Jeffrey Tucker arguments, like and like the like as soon as he said right Hegelian, I was like, I've heard this. I know exactly where this is coming from. So saying that guy T is someone that we have to claim as an outlier, no, we don't. He's great. Yeah, I mean, Cantwell's a LARPer, but I'm just like that guy T's great. Like I am very pro that guy T. So I don't know why the hell you would ever like want me to say that he's bad. That video was great. It was a good thought experiment.
For sure. You know, it just goes back to these guys they're doing their best to paint everyone into a corner, and then they're using, you know, elementary or, you know, fucking Psych 101 psychobabble to try and convince us that we're somehow totally, you know, not able to reconcile the differences that we recognize. But we don't recognize any differences. As described throughout this entire video response series, we're the ones that are correct, and they're the ones that are literally doing what they're saying we're doing.
Yes.
Yeah,
and also, what do you mean what did you say? Our activities as people? Dude, I play baseball and drink beer. Like, what kind of cognitive dissonance is going to occur from that? Yeah, I'm a Hoppean, but what do you mean?
The drinking beer and getting hit in the head with baseballs is probably not helping your mental IQ.
Well, assuredly not. That's separate from my intellectual life.
Anyways,
all right. Let's let this continue, I guess.
Yep.
Believing that they're dependent upon state-imposed policy in order to have their interests met, therefore becoming emotionally invested in state policy proposals as a result, Hoppeans, for lack of a better term, have been systematically brainwashed into associating Hoppe's overtly authoritarian views in everything but name with libertarian principles, and an affirmation of natural law theory. This is the reason as well why Hoppeans tend to become extremely toxic towards anyone who criticizes Hoppe's arguments and generally attempt to ascribe anti-property or a Marxian foundation to their position. When in reality, as heretic...
You're goddamn right.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Because that's what they're trying to do to us, right?
I will wear that badge. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll do that every single day. You know why? Because if you're going to do that to us and describe us as fascists, like, do you not understand the hilariousness? Like, do these guys not understand how hilarious it is for them to engage in the exact same type of behavior?
Literally the same
5
thing.
seconds before they said that?
Yeah, and it's like calling Hoppeans toxic when I literally call myself a toxic Hoppean on Facebook all the time.
Yeah, like we know we're assholes.
I wear that badge with honor, baby.
Yeah, like are you like okay? Like, is that an argument against what we're saying? That
yeah, exactly. It has nothing to do with the ideas. I think. Like, well, now him, like, me saying, what are you, my therapist? But now, like, but yeah, like, true contrarians and, like, people who are also good on philosophy but aren't scared, that have balls. Like, yeah, like, we will go after people, and it doesn't matter if it comes across as, you know, a little bit maybe over the top, whatever. Like, call me toxic for it, but like, I challenge people because I want to challenge them, and if I don't respect them, I will not treat them with respect. Big
And this is evident, and Rothbard was described as being this way. Hoppe is described as being this way. Mencken was described as being this way.
Exactly.
Name a person that is a serious intellectual thinker that doesn't behave this way, that also made major contributions to the field of philosophy. I bet you would have a hard time finding one.
It would be very, very difficult to find someone who wasn't a little bit of an asshole. You know what I mean?
And like, we're not saying that we're like some amazing like philosophy is not my full-time job.
No.
Don't know about you guys, but this is a hobby of mine, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that if you're going to be serious about ideas, you need to be passionate about them. And, you know, it looks like these guys are too, to be fair to them. But then you want to criticize other people for doing the same thing. Like, this entire video series of theirs is just a whiny fucking diatribe of how much they don't like Hoppe and Hoppeans. Like, you're being the toxicness that you just said that we're being. And we are being that, but we don't deny it.
Yeah, like, I own it. Like, like, I will own that. But don't pretend like you're not toxic when like, this video itself is an attack on people personally. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, don't pretend like that's not toxic whenever we are in an ideological sphere, and then you bring people's personalities into it and then claim that you're not toxic also. Come on, bro.
But grow the fuck up.
Also, that's going to come into handy because not every Hoppean is toxic, and there's actually one that just kind of wanted Essa to just shut the fuck up. You know, because he wasn't that toxic, so it was like, you know, I don't want you, you know, doing all this shit that you do.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't like you. Shut up.
Yep. So.
But all right, let's keep going. This is getting good now. Getting a little fucking fired up. You know what I mean?
Yep. So. Let's go.
I demonstrated in the previous chapter, Hoppe's arguments for natural law and libertarianism make property claims arbitrary in the same way that frameworks which use political authority as the basis for their claims. And Hoppe's view of how societies are structured, his narrative of history, and his view of markets share multiple striking similarity to Marx's, most notably the natural aristocracy compared to Marx's capitalist class within his material dialectic. In fact,
real quick, Marx did get one thing right, and that one thing that Marx got right is agreed upon by a litany of right-wingers, and the idea that there is exploitation going on is something that Marx got correct, and it's undeniable that there is exploitation going on. But what Marx got wrong was that he blamed individual capitalists for the exploitation instead of the state. This is what Marx got wrong, right? And obviously everything that stems downstream from that thought is also wrong, right? So to say that, okay, well, I'm going to compare, Marx and Hoppe in this way, where they're at two opposite ends of the spectrum that can join at one small point where they both see an objective reality that is occurring, is just, it's totally absurd. And that's all I wanted to say, but it's just, that makes me angry. You're a fascist communist, Hoppeans.
So confused.
Yeah.
I would be confused if I took this critique seriously.
Yeah.
But which I don't, because like, you just want to ascribe every single thing that you don't like to people who, you know, to Hoppeans right now. So yeah, okay, so we want more traditional values. You're a fascist. You want to homeschool your kid. You're a fascist brainwasher, I guess, is what they were saying now. And now because Marx and Hoppe agree on, you know, some form of exploitation, just the roots are different. Now we're commie sympathizers too, apparently.
Yeah, we're the bad guys and they're the good guys. Therefore, you can't oppose the good guys.
Also, I would like to point out that supposedly libertarianism is supposed to be quote unquote thin. That's what all these LMAs say. But as soon as you're a right winger, you're like, oh, you're a fascist.
Yeah, and I'm that same article that I was talking about that I'm writing. will also destroy that conception that libertarianism is thin.
Yep. Oh, it is thin, but it's not thin in the way of, like, there is no right or left. It's thin in the fact that there's only right.
Correct.
Can't wait to read that, dude. I'm stoked.
Yep. I would actually love for you to go debate Dave Smith on this.
Yeah, I would love to actually debate Dave Smith on this, because I think at the end of the conversation that he would ultimately, I don't think he would have anything to disagree with me on. Anyway, the quote unquote article is already at 80 pages, and I've got so much more to write, so it's going to take a while.
So you're writing a book, bro.
Yeah, well, we can totally just do that as a single article. I think it would be worth it. But yeah, no. Let's continue.
Let's just briefly go over a collection of various hot takes we've gathered from Hoppeans in the wild.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. So they're not going to have IP stuff, so I can just show the stream now. Yeah, no, anyways.
And this is the first one we're looking at.
So this one I actually haven't been able to find.
It looks like it's from their Discord.
Yeah, it's from their Discord. I haven't been able to find who the guy.
It's probably Atomic.
It probably is.
Yeah, it probably is. But do you really think Pepe is really a serious this is a serious meme?
Yeah, like okay, yeah, like, you know, if you want to wear a Nazi uniform and call yourself an ANCAP, okay. Like, if you're not, as long as you're not being you know, you're not genociding people and you know, fucking with the market, then if you wear whatever uniform you want, and especially the wall in the background in the helicopter, hell yeah, we're all gonna have walls in helicopters.
Yeah, and it's also my soul, not like what he's doing, but just like
right, like in your heart, that's what you are.
Yep.
I mean, it shouldn't be hard.
Yeah.
Hard to believe these are, you know, Hoppean posts, given that the chat of this stream is worse than some of the comments we're going to be going over already.
Okay, so this is the first Atomic one that we know is Atomic. 1 second. Here it is.
Oh my god.
Yep. The YouTube to alt-right pipeline is a good thing, don't at me.
Like, and people should know, like, Atomic just posts things to get people pissed off, especially the left. Like, and Lolberts, like, he posts things intentionally to do this. And they've taken this bait. Like, they swallowed the hook. Like, it's so funny that they're fucking doing this, and they've swallowed the bait hook. Like, it's crazy.
Yep, and again, for people who joined us who did not hear us later, like, Atomic is 16, maybe 15 when he was doing this. You know, that's the person they're holding up as the Hoppean that, you know, is obviously a representative of the entire movement. You know, oh no, the 16-year-old, the teenager is immature.
Yeah, God forbid.
Yep.
All right, let him go on.
Oh, I was.
Yeah, this person claims they're an anarchist and still claims that they're an anarchist. It's someone you probably heard of, but for the privacy, I'm not going to say who it is.
It's totally not because who it is would totally BTFO any argument they had.
Right.
Like for all of Atomic's like edge posting, he's actually like unreal whenever he actually talks theory. It's just I don't think he wants to ever.
Well,
yeah,
no, it's the immaturity thing of being a teenager. You know, it's entirely something with our culture. You know, maybe 200 years ago, a 15, 16-year-old wouldn't be as much of an edge poster, but you know, with how society is today, that's totally what you're gonna get.
Yeah, and like, It's just dumb to use this as an example. But yeah.
Yep.
So I don't use this Voltaire guy.
Okay, so let's wait. So this Voltaire guy, he is not a libertarian in any form. He's just a straight up monarchist, and he never really talks about Hoppe either.
So, okay. Here's this person that has nothing to do with you, Hoppians. Now, take your beating.
Yep. Also, this is actually not that bad of a take either.
It's a great take for a monarchist.
That's a great take. Yeah, no, I didn't even read it. Like, that's a great take. It's because it's true.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of like, okay, one, he's not even a Hoppean, but two, like, he's not even that bad of a take, you know? It's just like,
bureaucracy is the death knell of organization. Like, so you're saying that aristocracy makes the market more efficient? Okay.
Yep.
Voltaire.
Whoops!
I
seem to have accidentally let that in here.
I haven't even read it yet. I just Voltaire. I know it's gonna be good.
If you want libertarian ideals to survive, you might not want to advocate government bringing in people who hate those ideals and want them destroyed.
So this is also an atomic post.
That's a good take, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point of private property is you don't want people coming in that's going to destroy your private property. Like, that's why there are rules around private property.
That's like, what? How is this villainizing him? I mean, like, even if you're an open borders guy, like what he's saying is agreeable, like 100%. Like, you can have free immigration, but you don't want the government to actively bring people in who want to destroy those ideals. You
Right,
could actually have you can be an open borders guy and agree with what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, the state is incentivized to bring in people that will support it. Like, how can you not see that?
Wow. That one actually stuns me.
Yep.
Who does this? Next one right now.
Whoa. Who does this? The state does it right now. Literally right now.
Yeah, but who advocates it?
Me? Advocates bringing those people in. Every single leftist that I've ever spoken to, and including some left libertarians or most left libertarians, they all advocate for that, which is insane.
As a some of them as a strategy to destroy the state.
Yeah, and that which is just absurd because the people that are coming in are usually third world Marxists.
Yeah,
like,
and
you're going to destroy the state with third world Marxists? Okay, let's see how that works out. Let's see how that works out for anyone else that ever tried to ally with Marxists.
Advocating for literal amounts of human suffering that these people would never dream to want to experience, just for their internet points of like, I'm like, yeah, I really want the state to end. Like, there are like the suffering of like that kind of thing that would be caused is something that I find so morally fucking disgusting that like I can't even describe it. And they're just like, but yeah, it might help end the state. Like, it's like,
have you ever seen what happens when states collapse? It's not beautiful freedom that reigns free when states collapse. 9 times out of 10, when states collapse, you get awful dictatorial, totalitarian regimes, and they're not based on private property orders. I'll tell you that.
Never once.
And we're not saying that obviously we don't want the state to go away. We obviously want the state to go away. We just don't want the state to collapse into a hellfire of nasty fucking violence and chaos. That's not what we want. We want peaceful, hopefully peaceful secession. And then if not peaceful, then, you know, we'll do what we need to do. But we're not advocating for that for that chaos, for that destruction. We don't want that. Nobody wants that. That's literally like, if you want to break it down to economics, which I hate that people do that all the time, the destruction caused by the collapse of the state will not bring rise to economic progress and prosperity for people, at least not in the short term. You're going to see a horrifying mess of death and destruction, the likes of which the world has never seen.
This is why, like, I'm an anti-collapsitarian. I've gotten into this argument with people in the chat. You guys have seen it, where it's just like I can't sponsor that idea 100%. Not down.
Yeah, no, it's the collapse of government is probably going to be replaced by an even more powerful government.
Yep. Exactly. A vacuum. Like, I hate when people say that, like, oh yeah, like ANCAP's using the vacuum argument. Like, that's your whole ideology. But like, a vacuum created in that size would only end in something worse.
Yeah, and the theory of power vacuums has been proven over and over and over again. Look what happened in the Middle East, repeatedly in the Middle East. You had the rise of Al-Qaeda taking over vast areas. The Taliban, ISIS is a prime example. Look what's happened in Libya. The devolution of that state, thanks to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, has created literal slave trading. Like, that's what they're doing over there right now. Like, this is not a peaceful anarchist society.
You know how many like normie Dems I've like red pilled on like Hillary Clinton and Obama just simply using that? It's actually like, it's great. Like, it's my ultimate tool. It is my ultimate tool in like talking to like normie progs about like, the deification of Obama as like this fucking great president and shit. And I'm just like, even by your own standards, you will not hold them. You won't hold them to them. And then I'm just like, well, now there's a literal slave trade because of the president that you want to come back.
Yep.
So
let's keep her going.
Yep.
Yeah. Reminder that deontological ethics don't exist and nobody is bound to them. The only ethics that would be objective would be those that come from God.
Yep. And you know who said this?
Was it you?
This is Atomic.
Oh. It's Atomic again. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think they're just using Atomic and one other guy for like a majority of this.
And that's an easy way to do it, and that's probably why they blocked out the name, because why would you block out the name repeatedly and not at least tell people it's a different person? Because they don't want them to know it's a different person when it's the same person making more joke posts or more posts that aren't necessarily representative of Hoppeans. It's totally nuts. What did RWP say down there? I can't read it.
God is deontological.
That's a fact.
Yeah, no. I would actually disagree with this just because I believe in argumentation ethics.
Well, argumentation ethics by themselves are deontological.
Right. But
yeah.
He's saying that deontological ethics doesn't exist, but I believe in argumentation ethics, and that's deontological.
Oh, no. Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with Atomic there. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I was saying I agree with RWP.
Oh, yeah, like us Hoppians disagree with Atomic here because he was what phase was he in at this point?
I think he was on June 2nd, 2020.
Okay, so 2 months ago. So I think he was on his big like Christian theocracy gimmick for a couple weeks, I think. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense that he would post that. But like, yeah, like he still is he's still great Hoppean. He's just very much finding himself ideologically, and him saying that rights don't, like, he disagrees with Hoppe on ethics isn't a big thing. And him saying that only rights come from God, is that something that's so insane? Like, normie Christians believe that shit.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. He said, and it's not just rights. He says that only objective ethics would be those that come from God. Yeah, like you'd probably find Bob Murphy saying that. Yeah, because he doesn't really believe in augmentation ethics either.
Yeah, that's true. You might actually see him say that. That would be an interesting take. So maybe Atomic is really secret Bob Murphy.
Yeah, but actually a 16-year-old finding himself and trying to figure out what he believes, I mean, that's something that's completely normal for a guy that age.
Yeah, I was a syndicalist at 17.
Yep, and I was a Marxist at 17, 18.
And he's way better than I was.
Yep.
I was a neocon transferring to not like an ideological neocon, but like I supported neocons. Transitioning into Ron Paul libertarian around that age, I think. How old was I? I can't remember, but yeah.
Yeah, no. It's just funny that it's all Atomic so far.
Yeah, that's absurd. Like, do you not know any of... Like, I know Atomic's an easy target because he had a YouTube channel. Like, that's how they know about him. And he was in all their Discord servers, and they were like, I don't know, like trying to bring him onto their side. But he became more right wing when all of them were becoming more left wing.
They were trying to groom him.
I didn't use that word on purpose, but I wouldn't disagree with you there. But yeah, like he became more of a right libertarian, and they all became leftists, like overt leftists. And like, so they use him as an easy target because he's a young kid and he disagrees with them and he thinks that they all suck now. And so they're going to try and come after, at least they're not naming him in this video. But I mean, I kind of wish they did, because then it would look like, oh, so you're just picking on this one guy, right? Who, like, is obviously just trying to figure his shit out, you know?
Yep.
Like, what would be easier to do? Grab Trudell Tom. He went from a Hoppean to what's the mold bugs thing?
Neo reaction.
No, I meant his actual
formalism.
Like formalism. Yeah, he became a formalist, and he became much more authoritarian. You know what I mean? Like in his actual like tactics and beliefs. So like, could he use Trudell Tom? But it's just no. They're using fucking Atomic.
Actually, though, in this video, they use a guy that once added Trudell Tom on Twitter.
I'm clutching my pearls.
They probably couldn't use Trudell Tom because his account was suspended, so they're not going to, do the extensive research. Or
I reacted to a post on Trudell Tom's Instagram story the other day, and he liked it. So I don't know if they want to include that screenshot in the video too.
Anyways, let's continue.
Yeah.
Oh god. He literally says
Do you know who this is?
I do actually. I know this post because I remember this post. I guarantee you this is Liberty Hangout. And so to give you guys some, oh look, I was right. So to give you guys some background on Liberty Hangout intentionally posts the most controversial things they can to get clicks and views. They do this on purpose. It's a marketing tactic. And I know the guy that originally ran the account. His name's Justin Moldo.
Great dude.
He's a great dude. He really is. I've talked to him a lot. He's a really smart dude. And that's what the account does. It's intentional, right? It's a clickbait marketing tactic. They know that. They don't care. That's what they want to do, and they're able to do that. Now, can you go back to the tweet? Can you go back and show the one that they quoted so I can more easily see it? Yeah, so unleash the police and arrest these savages. Yes, that's literally what Rothbard said.
Rothbard said the same thing.
So it's kind of absurd, and also here where they're talking about the media. Rothbard also bitched about the media like nonstop. He hated the media, and encouraged the anti-media bias on the new right in the 80s, I think. So even though that this is intentionally inflammatory, it's not wrong.
Yeah, no. This
And
is,
yeah,
this
I
is,
mean,
this is
this
so-
goes.
This is just and so what posting.
This goes well. This would essentially like what they're talking about in or like I'm not even gonna fucking like I'm being serious here. This is going back to their lack of nuance when it comes to government action in times where it is I don't like to say the word necessary when it comes to the state, but like if we are forced to pay for something and they are supposed to do a service, and then somebody is being 100% anti-civilization and then hoping that the state would use their resources that we are forced to pay for to crush something that is 100% anti-property and anti-person is not an immoral position. They say that like Hoppeans are willing to use state means. Yes, we are whenever it makes sense.
Well,
Whenever we can it's like they're gonna be like, oh my god, like look at this fascist because he asked to not be murdered. Like
Yeah, I mean, this is the same thing that Basquiat, in some ways that Basquiat said, like we don't. Every time that we say that we don't want the state doing something, they assume that we don't want it done at all. We do want the enforcement of law. We do want the enforcement of order. We do want these rioters to go away and stop fucking hurting businesses. And if the state is going to take money from us to supposedly protect that law and order, prevent us from doing the same, and prosecute us if we choose to, then it's a reasonable expectation that the state should provide that service, and we should try it to do our best to hold it accountable and condemn it when it doesn't.
Right. What I was going to say to Taylor was, it's not just that the state takes our money to supposedly provide law and order, it's the fact that they are a monopoly on it.
Yeah, like a forced monopoly, like on the what is it, the forced monopoly on the legitimate use of force.
Yeah, I mean, look what they're doing to Kyle Rittenhouse right now.
Yeah,
like that kid went there to help protect property and business, provide and render aid. 3 felons, communist felons, tried to fucking kill him, and he ended up popping 2 of those guys and blowing another one's arm off. Good for him. I mean, seriously, good for him. But look what the state's going to do to him now. The state has arrested him and charged him with first-degree murder for literally defending himself. So you're telling me I can't ask the state to continue to provide the service that they're saying that it's illegal for me to provide? That's an
anarcho-tyranny. Did you see anarcho-tyranny again? Going back to Sam Francis, read Sam Francis, Leviathan. What Leviathan and his enemies? Isn't that the book?
But isn't Sam Francis a right-winger?
Yes, absolutely.
That's why they won't read him.
And he's like one of those big bad racists or whatever. I don't even know what.
Might as well have Mein Kampf on your book.
Yeah, exactly. But okay. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, I mean it's crazy. Also, crush the anti-fascist mob.
Correct.
Quote me on that. Crush the anti-fascist mob. But yeah, I mean it's just like you saw that kid like. What I was gonna say was that there's a video that came out, I think like an hour ago, of him giving medical aid to a protester, like literally like an hour before the shooting happened. Like saying that this kid was just walking around looking for people to shoot is absurd and dishonest. But I expect nothing less from the left, not one thing less, because it's not about truth, it's not about justice, it's about winning. And that's something that the right needs to start doing.
I agree 100%. If you're a right winger and you listen to this and you think, oh, I would never ally with anybody else that's a right winger because they don't believe exactly in my ideology, you're an idiot. I'm sorry, but you are an idiot. Because you are literally relegating yourself to a hole where Marxists who work with Democrats, who work with liberals, who work with neoliberals, who work with syndicalists, will fucking kill you. They will fucking kill you, and they do not give a shit what your ideology is. So if you're unwilling to work with a freaking person from the old right, what does that say about you? You're too fucking stubborn to understand the difference between philosophy and strategy.
Yeah,
Shut
you're
the fuck up.
you're strategically autistic, and
Yeah,
you are detrimental to the cause.
Exactly.
Like you are not just not helping, you are hurting.
Exactly. Don't, like, if you disagree with that, great. Shut the fuck up and sit in the back of the bus.
Yeah. Well, let the big boys talk.
Right.
Yep.
And that, by the way, there were some people that disagreed with me on my Twitter post that said basically the same thing. I'm not calling you guys idiots. We had a good discussion. I'm not calling you guys idiots. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, no, it's super toxic. Although I would like neocons, I probably wouldn't ally myself with.
No, because they're not on the right. They're leftists.
Yeah.
Did we literally just say the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like these fake rightists. I wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah, fake. Oh, yeah, where me and Jared might, well, not saying anything about him, but like National Socialists, I view as leftists. So it's just like I really don't have any interest in talking to them either. But it's just like I don't really consider them on the right.
Yeah, it depends on like are they like full on fuck your fucking property. Fuck this. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, like, this is such a small subsegment of...
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't even matter. Because it's like, what, 20 people on Twitter?
Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't even make sense to discuss this. But at the same time,
you're absolutely
if they
right.
believe in private property, and they can call themselves whatever they want. If they believe in private property and ultimately leaving me the fuck alone, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care who they are. Are they right-wing? Okay, great.
Yep.
No, yeah, I feel you 100%.
Yep.
Like, we need to red pill them on fucking property if they don't believe in property. But, you know, there are some underlying fundamental overlap there. I mean, this goes back to Hoppe's alt-right speech. I mean,
exactly.
They can help the libertarian movement on culture and tradition and things like that, and we can help them understand economics and how the non-right-wing economics that they're embracing will ultimately lead to their own destruction and lead to the rise of communism. Just like on our side, the destruction of cultural values, tradition, and things like that will
leads to
also
communism.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
There is a fusionism here that can take place where we can learn from each other, and if we don't, we're gonna get fucked.
Anytime I talk politics with my family, I don't talk about like libertarianism. I just talk about there needs to be a divorce in America.
Yeah, that's my only like real strategy right now. Like with like normie people that I talk about, when we talk about foreign policy, I go full mask off. I do, like 100%. I will fucking I'll go after neocons and the normie progs, which are barely different in any form of foreign policy. But like when it comes to politics, they're like, yeah, Taylor, like you're a libertarian. How do you feel about anything? I say we can't do this anymore. I can't even tell you how many times I've literally just said we can't do this anymore.
And what I do is I show the protests, I show the riots, and I show like Bernie Sanders, and it's like, okay, I know you're a normie conservative, but Bernie Sanders is literally a socialist. He's a Trotsky. He's basically a spitting image of Trotsky. You can't live in the same country as those Trotskyites. Like, there's too big of a difference. There needs to be some type of peaceful way that you guys can go your own way, have what you want in your area, and have what they want in their area.
Yeah, and that's founder's idea of this was kind of federalism, right? Like the American experiment. That failed, right? And why did it fail? Because of subversion and the fact that the growth of the state is inevitable. And this has been talked about by Murray Rothbard and Hoppe, and why that fails. I regret not mentioning separation and separatism as a common point for the right that we can all agree on. That really is the best thing that we can ally on. That and anti-communism is a solid platform for us to come together on.
Anti-communism and separatism is the strategy for actual libertarians going forward and actual right-wingers.
Right. So
because
right, and I actually I don't like all the violence that's happening in the riots, but the thing with Kyle Rittenhouse is that he's just like some normie conservative, and they're clashing with Antifa in their own town, or like a town close to them, and it makes it very, very easy to show normies, this is what's happening, this is why it's happening, and we need some way of divorcing ourselves from each other, and so that they can have what they want over there, and we can have what we want over here.
Right.
Actually, like the most headway I've made with like my progressive friends is saying like, do you want, I put it more eloquently whenever I'm being like really dead serious and like in that sort of like real headspace, but I say like, do you want somebody in Nebraska telling you what to do with your life here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? And they say no. And I said, then we can't do it anymore. And it's done. It's over with. Like, I hate your politics and you live 3 doors down from me. Why would I expect you to do anything that is beneficial to me if you are in California? It's insane. It's an insane idea, and it needs to we just need it. It's over. It can't happen anymore unless these people want bloodshed that they never wanted to see in their whole life.
Maybe one of us should write a new strategy for the right article, because I think. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I was gonna say we should do an actual video for the Hoppean channel on strategy, like us, like actually like hashing shit out and like being like dead serious with almost like a script. But
I totally agree. I think that would be great.
Okay, all right, we'll work on that. But let's keep going with this video. But this is a good ass talk, and we need to do more of it.
I do have a article on a strategy for Hoppean social order, and it kind of goes into this.
And it's a good article. That was a great article. I forget about that one a lot because you've written so many already. But like that was a really good article.
Yep, and it's I still need to do a follow up and a different strategy article, focused on free cities instead of what that is focused on, which is implicit secession. Yeah.
I think if we did like a manifesto video on the actual Hoppean.org channel, I think that would be a really good idea.
Yep.
Yeah, and you pushing out articles like it's your fucking day job too.
Actually, that's kind of why I have stopped, because I actually need to get stuff done. Around the house. I realized that I was basically just going in between work, church, and writing articles, and like that's all I was doing. And then I was like looking around my house. I was like, yeah, I still have like all of these projects, like my car project and all of that I was leaving to the side.
Yeah, summer's just bad for me just because I go like full degen mode and just like I'm always out just doing shit. So it's like Intellectual Day comes out probably around, I want to say November, like right after my birthday is when I really get shit going. So yeah, I do have some ideas. But yeah, so like that strategy video, definitely a great idea.
Yeah. So we need to do what Ro wants us to do and just go to Antarctica. Because then
that thread is awesome. Like when he did that full thread, I was like, wow, this is great.
Yeah, no, but
I wish he wrote.
You would never go degen mode in Antarctica because it would never be hot enough to do so.
That's true. Hey, not a bad idea. It would save me from myself.
Anyways, let's continue with the.
Let's keep going. More atomic posts.
Unleash the police, like Rothbard did in that one neo-reactionary essay he wrote later in his.
Oh, they actually know about it. They actually know about Rothbard.
So, how are they going to call Rothbard neo-reactionary when Rothbard wrote that article neo-reaction didn't exist?
Yeah, I heard that and I was like, wait a second, neo-reactionary was not a term whenever Rothbard was alive, let alone a fully fleshed out ideology.
So are they all trying to say, so is this confirmation that they think Rothbard's a fascist?
Well, they at least think that he's a neo-reactionary before neo-reactionaryism existed.
So,
yeah, Rothbard is Moldbug.
He was reanimated.
Yep. Anyways, let's continue.
Curtis, I want to call. Are
Donald
you
Trump-
Rothbard? I'm just. I said, Curtis, are you Murray Rothbard? I need a call.
Yeah.
But
this is the next one. You can probably guess who this is.
Yeah, that's for sure Liberty Hangout. Yeah.
Yep.
Ding, ding, ding. I thought it was HHH for a second.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know. So,
My boy,
let's hear what they have to say about this.
He's declare himself a dictator after witnessing the violence in Minneapolis. No Democrat should ever be allowed to hold power ever again.
Full Hoppean.png.
You know, that's actually not a like if you're gonna say full Hoppean, that's not actually that bad of a take.
No, it's not, and that's like they think that their critiques will make us like in those terms will make us uncomfortable. Or be like, actually, no, I don't care. Like that's fine.
You know, actually, if the left was purged from the state institutions, we might actually see a better state than what we have now.
Yeah, I mean that's like the nuance that these people lack is something we have and we're comfortable with, and they just don't. They refuse to have it, and because they think it's on principle, and it's not. It's just they are bad on things.
Yep.
Hoppean.png.
So this is one involving you. So literally, your only problem with social contract theory is that there isn't an actual contract? Yes!
Based. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if there was an actual private property contract, based on private property and all of that, and that's how the state was legit, like, there wouldn't be an argument from a private property perspective against the state.
Right. That's the whole thing here, is that this social contract is not a legitimate contract. It was the justification through some kind of means of property rights to try and justify the state's rule. Because everybody knows that contracts are justified. Like, are they saying here that contracts are not justified? Like, that's the counter argument. That's the counter argument. You have to be against contracts to be against that position.
Again, we're against the Constitution because we didn't sign anything. If somebody presented the Constitution in front of me, and I was like, the original one, and I signed it, okay, it's it's not a bad an actual document in front of you is much more agreeable than something that is implied like a social contract theory. It's not an implied agreement. It's an actual agreement.
Yeah. So if how the U.S. federal government got its legitimacy is whenever someone was born, they would track the person and wait until they got of age, and then be like, hey, would you like to sign this Constitution and sign on to the government? That wouldn't...
That's better than what we got, at least.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's... if it was literally you had to sign a contract in order to be a U.S. citizen, it would be so much better. And people would actually have to read and think about what they're signing on to.
How you would think that is not preferable to what we have now is absurd. It's not my only problem with social contract theory, but it's one of my main reasons why I oppose social contract theory is because it's been used to justify so many horrible things. If somebody presented a good contract in front of me for a local governance, and I say this all the time, is ANCAPs are not against governments. We are against states. And signing on to a contractual government is way different than being for the state.
Yep. Because the state's not contractual.
Exactly. It's not something that you can opt in and opt out of.
Yeah.
It's it's forced upon you.
Yep. So
now this is reiterating what you said before. From your perspective, you don't even have an argument against taxation, breaks NAP. And Kane says, yes, you can. Yeah, I do. I didn't sign a contract, therefore it breaks the NAP.
And then I replied jokingly, "Yes, you did. You signed the U.S. covenant by associating with the U.S. covenant community." Enjoy.
So they believe that the U.S. federal government is basically a covenant community.
Which is absurd, right?
I mean, that was obviously a joke, but like, is that really how? Like, do you think that like states that are imposed on people, like when they're born, that is the biggest government in the history of the world, is the same as a homeowners association?
No, that's what they said last week, essentially.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you didn't get that. That's a literal statement from them. That's not like
for my sanity, I'm glad.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. This is the next thing. Zach is this Christian ANCAP dude who's fairly annoying in my opinion, but yeah, let's get into this.
Your Marxist propaganda, you hoppophobe.
I also like how they had to clip out like what it's doing, because it says enjoy your Marxist propaganda and something hoppophobes. So
yeah, that seems a little dishonest if you're quoting someone, to be fair.
Clip out things that we can't see.
Yeah, out of context. Oh wow. It's not a typical leftist argument that I've seen thousands of times.
Yep.
Also, I know they're about to get to the next line, but I got a lot to say about that.
Yep. Actually, they don't, so you want to just say something?
Okay, I had my mic off, and I just screamed, what? But why can't the Hoppean and Agorist purists just bury the hatchet? Absolutely fucking not. Never. That's not even something that I would consider.
Yeah.
Because we are opposed to each other philosophically. Because Agorists are left anarchists, Hoppeans are hard right anti-status. Yes, anarchists, but like some Hoppeans aren't comfortable with using that word because of these type of people.
Yep.
And it's just like we agree on capital theory. That's it. There's a lot more to political life and theory and everything else than just us agreeing with Ludwig von Mises on capital theory, or that you read von Bauwerk once.
Right.
Also, shout out von Bauwerk, the GOAT.
Yeah, no, it's
like, that's somebody who is philosophically not smart, and I know he was trying to be like the good guy here, but like, if you aren't aware of the huge differences, then that is your problem, because that hatchet will never be buried.
Never. It can't.
It can't. It's impossible.
yeah, and it's kind of funny because as Shane Killian says, you could stop all this fighting if you just admit you're right and you're wrong. This is kind of what they're doing. They just want to bury the hatchet and like not talk about the differences. But we'll get to what Shane Killian is talking about soon. So,
Marxist propaganda, you hoppophobe.
Oh.
So, for context, this is Hoplu. We don't know many of these Discord people, but this is Hoplu. And so, what has been happening is that Esso and Filthy have been basically antagonizing Hoppeans on Discord for the past, 2 years, essentially. And they say stupid crap about Hoppe. That's what they did. That's what they've been doing. And then, Hoppeans would be like, no, here's the context. Here's, what's going on, and so on and so forth. And then the Esso and Filthy are surprised that this has caused Hoppeans to basically shit on them whenever they show their faces.
So stop being a faggot and we'll stop calling you one.
Yeah, basically.
Ah.
So, this is, they won't read it, I don't think, so I'll just read it. The thing is, if Esther wanted peace, if he wanted these feuds to stop, he can fucking say he was wrong and apologize for being wrong. About Hoppe's methodology, about covenant communities, about my analysis of the feudal order, and about the lib to alt-right pipeline. But he fucking won't. So, the entire thing is that the reason why this is made is because Esso and Filthy have been just taking Hoppe out of context, saying things that are disproven by like a different page of the same source that they're using.
Basically all the stuff that we've done during this video streams.
Yeah. But over the course of 2 years, and Hoppe was kind of done with it. It was just like, just say you were wrong and apologize, and we can stop being enemies, essentially. Like, this is a fucking olive branch. Like, it's not even something I would do.
Yeah, I mean, props to him, but that's dumb when you're dealing with the left.
Yep.
Like, the left will take your olive branch, sharpen it into a spear, and then stab you in the heart with it.
And that's exactly what, like, Shane Killian's doing here. You know, you could stop all this fighting if you just admit that we're right and you're wrong. No. If he knows the context of this, which I think he does because he's way more active on Discord than even I am, he knows, like, why this is a fucking olive branch. But I wouldn't even say, like, if he apologized, he would have to apologize and become a Hoppean. Like, leave all this leftist garbage.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't want them.
Take the oath and wear the armband.
Yeah.
Do I get a Hoppean.org tattoo for the memes and also for the lifelong commitment?
Yes, that's when you become. That's when you go through the Hoppe Youth Program.
I think I did that in my early 20s, but I guess I was in the wrong class.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm personally against tattoos, so I'll never get one.
That's cool. That's fine. You don't have to sponsor it. I'll do it anyway.
Anyways, let's see what they have to say about this.
I think you would recognize this pretty quickly.
This is what I was talking about earlier. No, I'm not going to apologize. Hoppe is way worse than even I initially thought. You know, and that's the ultimate irony is, you know, I'd read bits of Democracy, the God That Failed. I read a few essays. Those admittedly were like my biggest issues with Hoppe going into my research about Hoppe's work and coming out. I don't even think this guy, there's no chance he is well-intentioned. He's just a neo-reactionary who slapped the libertarian label on his philosophy. Well, and that's the irony, is they're claiming you didn't read enough of Hoppe to understand. And I mean, yeah, that's true, but not.
What?
Yeah,
I remember Hoppe bringing this up, and I almost didn't believe that it was real that they said that. Like, I was like, what? Like, they literally said on their 5-part video series, about Hoppe, that like Hoppeans say like, please read more Hoppe, you're misunderstanding him, and he said, well, yeah, I didn't read a lot of it, but I still made the videos. The lack of self-awareness in just that sentence alone is indicative of the entire thing, of their entire operation, as like cartoon ANCAPs or whatever they are.
Yes, exactly. It's indicative of the ignorant libertarian mindset that I can read a fucking blog and know as much as you if you've read 55 fucking books on theory. Like, shut the fuck up and keep reading. Like, just keep reading and stop reading those stupid fucking Lolbert blogs. Just stop reading them.
Yeah, read the books, please, because like I've read like we've all read these books. I don't understand everything if I don't read them 6 times. Like I keep rereading books because like I read them when I was younger, and like I have a good idea of them, but I just keep going back because I have a higher understanding by reading more contextual things and by going back and reading them. I don't make 5-part video series after I read a fucking like a section of a book. And
Right.
you like I wouldn't do that. And that's what I mean. Like we're different than these guys. Like I wouldn't even think about it until I was well read enough to not be embarrassed.
Exactly. Why open your mouth? Like there's that old saying that's better to stay quiet and thought an idiot than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Well, they open their fucking mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And like
Yeah, I know.
like I know like this has been really like even our like responses aren't super like I want to say they're not like professional in a like not meaning like we're not like taking care of business. Like it's just like this is a very casual, like we're literally just watching these and responding. Like it's like they had time to do this.
Yep.
And like we're just literally watching, and then we have replies and like and that are that crush this, and it's just like they won't pay any mind to it because they already think that they put in the effort just because they put the videos out, because everyone was making fun of them for years about putting these videos out.
Well, it wasn't
saying make the Hoppe vids. What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Get off Discord.
Yeah. So they started this essay in spring of 2019, and they released it in summer 2020. But they have been criticizing Hoppe since basically before 2018, if I'm remembering my chronology correctly. And so, like, they've had plenty of time to like actually understand what Hoppe's talking about. You know, it's not them. It's not like they just picked this up in a week. Like I'll be quite honest, I did not read a ton of Konkin. I read the one source I was referring to, and I only actually replied in my first Konkin essay to the one chapter because I was trying to figure out what Rothbard was responding to, and that's what Rothbard was responding to, was the agora. And I was like, what is the agora? So I went through the entire chapter and built what the agora was and why Rothbard was completely correct in his criticism of it.
But you were addressing a claim made that Rothbard was also addressing. So it's different. You didn't have to read every single bit of Konkin to go after this one part. They're not going after just like one section or like a reply to a reply. They're going after an entire thinker and a philosophy and the thinkers before that thinker that he developed on.
Yep.
So it's a little different.
Yeah, no. So what I typically do is I try to reply to specific things because it can be very, very ambiguous to be like, okay, this guy just believes in X.
Yeah.
It's much better to reply to a certain work and kind of show why, try to get bigger narratives from that, bigger ideas, what is this idea coming from, essentially. So that way it's way more concrete rather than just like, oh, this guy believes not what I believe. Let's criticize him. Anyways, let's go on.
In the way that you intended.
Oh,
and
sorry.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but not in the way that you intended.
Now, this one is hilarious.
How to determine if someone is a libertarian or a lolbert? What's your opinion on Hoppe?
This is actually completely true, just not in the way that this person intends.
I think they've kind of demonstrated that if you don't like Hoppe, you're a lolbert.
Yeah, like we have an entire article written by one of our guys about what a lolbert is. Go and check that out on Hoppean.org. you'll understand what a low-vert is.
I actually think Taylor wrote that.
No, that was Right Wing Pop.
Ah,
yeah,
okay.
that was RWP.
Who I would love for him to write more because I've been a fan for a long time.
Yeah, he really doesn't write
He's unreal.
Yep. I wish he would actually, this is something that you would be good at, Taylor. Write about cultural Marxism and why Scott Horton is wrong about how cultural Marxism is just a right-wing talking point. It doesn't actually mean anything.
I should actually do that. I should, because like I love Scott like as the foreign policy side, but like when it comes to culture and like local shit, he drives me nuts. And but like it's different than like a Michael Malice drives me nuts on certain things. Like it's like, bro, you are so good on this. Why are you so bad on that? Like it does drive me crazy. But yeah, I mean, like I despise when people like who else do I disagree with on that?
Dave
Gary
Smith.
North. Gary North. I disagree with Gary North on it. Who dismissed it as just like not something that's real. And like I pay for Gary North's site. I love that guy. Like when it comes to like as an intellectual, I think he's great. I disagree with him. I'm not even a Christian, and I love him. So like they can't even come at me on that part either. But it's just like, but yeah, like I definitely need to do that just because that is something that is very important and something that's a losing point for libertarians if they don't talk about it.
This is it's such an important subject that isn't being covered, and you know that's part of the reason Hoppean.org was started, was to counter those narratives and to make sure that we be the response that's been needed for far too long.
Yeah, and as the ringleader, Jared, again, I don't say it enough, crushed it, brother.
It's not me, it's you guys. Without you guys, this would have never happened. I don't have the fucking time.
Yep. So let's continue. And that's actually kind of interesting, what you just said, because it's you really did put in the organizational effort to put up the site, and then we just kind of did stuff with it, you know, like write
we just run with it. Dude.
Well, I appreciate all of our contributors, just because, you know, at the end of the day, for so long, I mean, Taylor and you too, Colton, can attest to this. There were very few of us, very few of us. It was mostly the egalitarians that dominated every aspect of social media, and now we're finally able to fight back. And you know, thank you guys, and thanks to everybody that watches this, everybody that reads the site. You can't ask for a better bunch of people that we found so far.
Yeah, no, and hopefully we'll expand and have more article uploads, and so we can not necessarily be a Mises Institute, but have like more consistent uploads, like the Mises Institute, like their articles.
Yeah, that'd be great. That would be awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Actually, completely true, just not in the way that this person intends. Oh, this one is.
Yep. This is totally not a Fed or meme account.
Yeah.
Look, an NSDAP, the German Nazi party.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you know, there is a lot of libertarianism that's not Jewish, so that is a criticism that gets levied against libertarianism, that it's a solely Jewish ideology, which it clearly isn't. I mean, you got Menger and Bawerk and Hoppe, and who's the guy in the bottom left? I can't remember.
Is this Mencken?
No.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I probably know the name. I just can't associate it with the face. But anyway, I mean, it's a stupid argument against libertarianism. But I understand maybe where this guy is coming from, to say, hey, it's not all Jewish. There are lots of thinkers from all sorts of backgrounds. Yeah. But this is a fucking stupid thing to bring up.
It would actually be more honest to say libertarianism is German, because all of the Jews that were part of libertarianism will from Germany as well.
Very true. And I mean, if you're talking about in the realm of where libertarianism originates, it's very German in the fact that I remember Hoppe talking about Murray Rothbard and him bonding over the fact that Rothbard was a Germanophile, that he enjoyed beard halls and Wagner and all sorts of things that were very German in nature, and that a lot of his study of medieval Europe, especially concerning German-style countries, helped in the development of this. Helped in the development of understanding the history around social organization and human beings. So, in that way, I would absolutely say it's German.
Yep.
That is also not to say that it isn't also American. I think it's a very American ideology too, and Southern for that matter. And there's a whole thing there I could get into with Southern is the only real American ideology. But
Rothbard also said that he was part of the Great Copperhead tradition.
Right. Yeah, he considered himself someone who was born in the North that was very much Southern at heart, and I appreciate that. I mean, what a wonderful take to be able to find that.
I'm also part of that gang. Just saying. We've never really discussed it actually.
Copperhead gang.
Yeah, but definitely. I mean, Pittsburgh kind of as north as you can get, except for the New England states. But
Pittsburgh is it's a fucking steel town, right? I mean, like the most hardcore working motherfuckers you could ever find.
Yeah, and like that is something like I actually talk about all the time. It's just like the blue collar culture of Pittsburgh is crazy. Like it's very much like it has a weird influence from like New York, like urbanites, and then like Midwest and Southern like workhorses. It is a very strange mixture that like I love because I have influences from it all, but like it is crazy. Like just seeing like the culture shock between two neighborhoods, let alone like two huge like different areas.
Yeah,
it is very much a melting pot.
And Pennsylvania also has the Amish communities outside the major cities.
Yeah, they were in my neighborhood last week. They were doing a roof. Nice guys.
Yeah, no, like the Amish communities are like what we should be pointing to like what a covenant community is.
I 100% agree with that. 100%.
Like you don't have to agree with them to see that.
Yeah, like you don't have to agree with their social ideas, their religious ideas, whatever. You don't have to agree with their opinions on electricity, but you can see how it works.
Yep.
This guy is a legend.
I also like how he has the Nazi flag, but it's green. Sorry, yellow instead of red.
Yeah, it's got the ANCAP colors.
Yep.
Oh my god, the Nazi flag and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be good. So we're gonna be talking about the roads, the damned roads. So, speaking of which, good old fucking roads. Well, that doesn't have to be the way it's done. My point is having a CC confines you to one way of doing things. And then he says in response, how are you gonna do residential/commercial area roads? And that's a good point if you're not going to have like communal ownership of the roads inside of a residential area. Like, how are you going to do that? Because the roads have to be maintained.
Yeah, that's an absolutely valid question. Like I hate most like anti-libertarian arguments about like the roads thing. Like I'm very much in the Eric July camp of fuck them ho-ass roads. But like but yeah, like that is a great that like if you don't have some form of organization, how could you deal with the commercial, residential. These people talk about the right to travel all the time. How are you going to get anywhere if there isn't some sort of agreement?
Yeah, and the commercial area I can understand like that not being an issue because you do see people owning like a not a block but like part of a block, and then everyone rents from that one landowner.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with residential, it's like you have a whole bunch of people that live in a certain area, and there needs to be roads for them to travel. But also, like, you probably don't want to live in an area where the only means of egress and ingress is owned by one guy. Like, so how are you going to do that? Like, how are you going to have communal ownership without having a contract about the communal ownership of what that resource? So, I like what their response to this is, though.
This is
If you still weren't convinced that Hoppeans were obviously proponents of political rule, now they're unironically using the old statist canards, which any true libertarian would laugh off and not take to be a serious issue. What happens when you look at society?
Yep. So, not a serious issue. So, let's continue.
And social conventions and interests of different people interacting as something that needs to be imposed onto them. You start having problems understanding how people can build roads.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
I know who this is. Just by the speak right here. This is anarcho-goyism. You guys don't know who he is, but he's a funny dude. He's also not a quote-unquote Hoppean. I don't know. He does quote Hoppe a lot, but he doesn't like call himself a Hoppean. So, anyways.
You end up...
But, also, I know that for a fact he's an anarchist, so he's not actually arguing for a monarchy if this is anarcho-goyism.
Becoming some sort of neo-reactionary statist.
All right, now here's another one. The monarch is simply a private property owner. Anarcho-capitalism is compatible with monarchism, so to speak.
Also, I would like to point out that these two names are different. So this guy is not this guy. This is I think I'm fairly confident this is anarcho-goyism. I have no idea who the hell this guy is.
If we're going to be completely honest, that's, my biggest issue with Hoppeans, just aside from the fact that they're not libertarians trying to co-opt libertarianism, is the fact that they use these weaselly, actively disingenuous argumentative tactics, and it comes off like they're being consciously malicious.
Next. Oh, this is very interesting. Oh, this one is just a meme.
So, this is actually getting to what we were getting at. Anarchist Gavi says, you do realize it's in the best interest to collaborate with the roads so competition would be easier. So, yeah, no.
Oh, okay. So they only block out the guys who are the Hoppeans, not the people who were responding to the Hoppeans.
Yeah, that's been a theme for a while now in this video.
That's real strange. Like, just saying, if you're going to show one person, why don't you show everybody else? But
yeah,
okay.
You could easily look this up if you really wanted to find out who it was.
Yeah, it's really dumb. All right, but yeah, did you check the text chat, Colton?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, just letting you know.
Yeah. I'm tagging some other people to see if they want to hop in.
Cool.
Jared, did you see Bort Grimm's "Libertarianism is actually everything I like" quote from Jared?
That's true.
Dude, he is hysterical.
Yeah,
he is so funny.
It's so funny.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out who. Yeah, so let's continue, and I'll.
Oh, this is very interesting. Oh, this one is just a meme.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Oh, this one is just.
This is a meme. But guess who it was?
Wait, was it Bert?
No, it was Liberty Hangout.
Ah, shit. That was a very on-brand Bert tweet, to be honest.
It should have used Bert for these. We could have at least laughed some more.
Oh, dude, crushes it.
It's a meme.
Yeah.
Now here's one. Someone was taking something I said. I remember this. I was making an argument about trying to clarify my position on borders, and my point is that both, like any form of statist borders, whether they be open borders, closed borders, or some form of like passports, selection, quota, whatever borders, are illegitimate. And that's basically all I said. And he was trying to make the argument that I'm for closed borders too, which. Yeah. Let's see. Is the next one? Yeah, here's more of that comment.
This is very simple to understand, guys. If you build a fence around someone's property and then claim that they need your permission to cross the fence, that's an act of aggression. You're using force against them to claim ownership.
If you don't allow me to wear a hat into your business, that's a form of aggression.
Yep. Yeah, no, this is just stupid BS. Rights of way need stupid. Let's see what the Hoppean's saying. Rights of way need to be homesteaded like any other right. It may seem counterintuitive, but more states means less statism. When every man is a king, every king will be just a man.
Yeah.
And then Esso interpreted this.
Great point.
And then Esso interpreted this into not allowing me to use my gun to shoot you violates my property rights.
Oh my god.
That's so bad.
It's so bad.
This is
embarrassing.
Imagine 2 years of this dude responding to you, and then put that into Hop Blues, just apologize and the feud can stop.
Yeah, like, my god, like, I can see why he's so frustrated. Like, how can you not be frustrated at how dumb this is?
Yep. And then the Hoppean actually quotes Filthy, and it says, "Open state borders violate property rights." And yeah, and as the last thing said, Filthy did say that. So, like, yeah. BTFO, Esso.
Property effectively.
You can use property in very predatory ways. I'm surprised that this kind of thing is very difficult for them. And here's more of that comment, them taking me completely out of context.
We called it exclusive ownership, therefore it has to be legitimate. Yeah, and
yeah,
yes.
Hoppe has actually talked about this, how it has to be exclusive, otherwise you run into contradictions, that's performative contradictions, because if other people own your property too, and there's a undefined right to your property, then there's no way you can actually use your property, because you might end up violating one of these other people's rights. Like, if I build a skyscraper, you're not going to be able to really efficiently navigate from one side of that skyscraper to the next, necessarily. And so that would be violating your rights to build that skyscraper, but skyscrapers need to be built, not need to be, but people need to be able to figure out if they can build a skyscraper on their property or they cannot. It can't be this ambiguous, we just need to, it can't be ambiguous what the rights are. Have any objections?
No, I agree.
No, 100% with you.
And the amazing thing is, like, they don't, like, they seem to look at this as if it's like taking away from the like as if this is an argument against property. No, that's an active.
Getting rid of exclusive property rights does actually get rid of property rights. Like this is basically what you'll see many classical liberals do, is say that, oh yes, you have property rights, but the state needs to have legitimate uses of your property, and so like
right.
Yeah, that's the exact line of logic that they're using right now.
Right. This is the easement argument. Like if you're not giving me an easement to get across your property because it's convenient for me, then you're an aggressor. Fuck that. It's my fucking property. You don't have a right to walk through my fucking business.
Unless,
I don't care if you like it or not.
Unless you already have an access right.
Right, but the access right would have been homesteaded, and therefore you already have the right. I mean, if you don't have that right, then you don't have access.
Yep. So it's all about who actually has property rights over a person's property. So.
Self-defense. This is an actual argument for property rights. Your position, the idea that if you exclusively own something, don't ever debate about what rightfully can be owned. Don't ever ask that question. That's an anti-property position.
So next.
Oh God, what is this?
Oh, I remember this. This is a comment someone made in reply to Roderick Long in his essay replying to argumentation ethics. Hoppe is very clear about protecting individual rights, which is why left libertarians have to take their shots.
The fact is, you cannot be a libertarian if you do not believe in property rights and liberty. This is where left libertarians fall flat on their behinds, and why they are so angry at someone like Hoppe.
That's true.
100% right.
Yep.
This is it's ironic considering that they're suffering from cognitive dissonance right now, like hardcore.
And 1 second, I need to take chat and but anyways, go ahead. Just cover essentially.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, this is I don't understand like why they're using these examples, because like, and now they're highlighting things that are, like Hoppe is very clear about protecting individual rights. This is why left libertarians have to take their shots. What he's saying about individual rights is individual property rights. It's not your individual right to do whatever you want. It's your individual right to your own property and yourself. That's what he's referring to. He's not referring to whether I can fucking drive my car into somebody else's house because I want to. He's talking about like the right to your property, the right to yourself. That is an individual right. It's not atomistic individualism saying that like somebody can do whatever they want, which is what they're working from, apparently. It's the right to yourself and your property justly acquired.
Yep, that's it. I mean, that's where it begins and that's where it ends. And if you can't accept that, then you don't accept libertarianism. And you might call yourself a fucking communist.
Yeah, you're not a libertarian. I mean, that's literally it. Like, it's okay if you call yourself a left market anarchist or whatever the fuck they are now. Like, I thank God I never paid attention to these guys when they were supposedly, like, the good guys. I don't think they ever were. I never take these people serious. But I'm just saying, like, but it's just like, if you don't agree with that statement, you are not a libertarian. And, like, it's, like, I know it's a meme that it's just like, oh, well, like, you said he's not a real libertarian. That's so libertarian of you. But, like, philosophically, you are not.
Yeah, no. You're not a Rothbardian, Hoppean type person.
Yeah, you're just not a libertarian. Use another word. Fuck. Jared's more of a libertarian than these people, and he won't call himself one because of them.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, same thing with me. I say I'm a Hoppean or hard rightists.
Yeah, I just I still use the word libertarian to my own detriment, but it's just I don't understand how these people can claim to have the monopoly on what is a libertarian while not being libertarians. And I mean that is a problem with the term itself. But I mean it's just like it's insane to see like in first time like you look at it, you're like, these people actually think that they're the good guys. They think that they're the libertarians.
Yep.
All right, you find anybody else to cover, Colton?
I'm trying. No one has responded.
Okay.
You just want to move on to our screen caps, and then we can go over that. And then if we have to, we can come back to the stream another day.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So this is in terms of like, Hoppians are so bad. What about the left libertarians? You know, like the agorists and the market anarchists, like them.
Yep.
So
let's view some of that.
Yep. So this is what we're viewing right now. This is Sal a couple days ago, actually yesterday, talking about gang rape of this 17-year-old kid who just defended himself.
Yeah, very nice there. Very representative of the left there. Great job.
Yep. Then Sal also said, a right libertarian is someone who will quote Rothbard's theory of proportional punishment and also justify cop supporters shooting someone for throwing a skateboard at them.
Yeah, that's somebody that's never been in a fight their entire life.
Yeah.
Like
never been in a tense situation, not once. And you know what's funny? Mac is better on this than a supposed 40-year-old man who is supposed to have all this life experience. She gets it better than any of these guys, and it's hilarious to see. She's better on it. She's better on it than most people I know, but still, she understands proportionality in a tense moment, in a violent moment, is a fucking joke.
Yeah.
And Rothbard even said it was a fucking joke. You can't sit there and say, okay, well, I can't fucking read his mind. He's attacking me with an object that could very well kill me, and if you don't think a skateboard can kill you, you are an idiot. You are a flat-out idiot, because a skateboard weighs 5-10 pounds, and it's metal and wood. If you hit somebody in the head with that, it'll kill him.
It'll kill him, 100%.
But also, this is my response to it on Twitter. Punishment is not the same as defense. Rothbard writes about this in his first page on the chapter to punishment theory in the Ethics of Liberty.
Yeah.
Guess who didn't read said theory?
Yeah, he didn't read it.
Yeah.
These people only read Konkin. I'm actually really convinced of that.
Yep.
So
their idea of Rothbard is from Konkin, and what Konkin says.
Their idea of Rothbardianism is from a guy who said he was better Rothbardian than Rothbard. So, say what you will about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, if you advocate for the gang rape of a 17-year-old as a result of him defending himself against 3 violent felon communists, you are a subhuman piece of shit.
Yeah, and I fed posted semi-fed posted for my standards yesterday about that tweet. I actually deleted it today. I was a little drunk when I tweeted it about whenever I was legit seething when I saw it. I was like, dude, you think you're the good guy here?
Yeah.
You deserve to get hurt if you share shit like that.
Yep.
It's crazy. It's a 17-year-old kid who wanted to help people. Yes, he carried a gun. Big fucking deal. You talk about 3D printing rifles every day.
Yeah, because the difference here is that this kid used his gun to defend himself.
It wasn't LARPing.
Yeah, he wasn't LARPing on the internet about fucking 3D printing guns. Not that 3D printing guns is bad. I fully support that.
No,
but when you're sitting there LARPing about it like you're some kind of fucking rebel with a rifle against 3 violent felon communists, then you're a fucking idiot. You're a total fucking idiot.
You're a subversive. Dude, Sal is a subversive, and I've never followed him. I don't think I've ever even liked one of his tweets, even whenever he pretends to be pro-Hoppe for 5 seconds, or even pretends to be just a strict Rothbardian, even though it's in his bio, where he says he's a Rothbardian. He forgets about the left part.
He's a fucking grifter. That's all it is.
Yeah, he's a grifter. And like him, Pete Q, and all these motherfuckers, I doubt PQ would listen to this, but like another one who has switched gimmicks so much as an adult that they'll share pro this, pro that, anti this, anti that to cater to a whole audience, and it's disgusting, especially in this realm.
Yeah,
like you don't talk about people like this, people that are defending themselves and defending their lives against people that are trying to fucking kill them. You don't do that. Like, you're not a fucking libertarian if you don't support the right of self-defense. Period. And it doesn't matter what else.
Yeah, this is actually what got me in hot water with some ANCAPs for saying that, like, the ANCAPs go on and on about the NAP, but hate self-defense.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like,
well, you're right.
Yeah, like self-defense is a fundamental. It is a fundamental
property right.
Property right that stems from self-ownership. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like it's a fundamental right that if you own yourself, your body, you can defend that, and the extensions of that, which is your justly acquired property.
Right.
So like whenever somebody is an aggressor towards you, like even like just typical low NAP, it's just like if you aggress against me or I have, and it doesn't have to be proportional, absolutely fucking not. If I think that you are causing me harm, if I can eliminate that threat by any means possible, I will fucking do it.
Right, because if you don't protect your own life, you're caught in a fucking contradiction. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, what the fuck? You can't do that. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's just like the libertarian question has been on my mind for the past, since this whole thing occurred. And it's just like, dude, there are so many of them that are so bad on things that really matter. Like, just really, really matter. And it sucks. But I also view all the people that are really bad on it as subversives. So it's not like I feel the need to even understand their point, because I already knew what their point was going to be.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, we could have predicted he would say this. I mean, I'm fucking really mad about it. But, all the people that I warned 4 years ago about this guy, and now I'm fucking proven right. Like how fucking obvious does he have to continue to be for you to for not you guys, but for you general to understand that this guy does not have your interests in mind. This guy will help people like that work for C4SS. These people are not here for people like Hoppe and Rothbard and people like that. They'll use their names to support some certain ideas and grift you to coming in and getting into their cave of fucking misdirection. But these people are not here to promote those ideas. They're not. And if you don't understand that, you're going to get taken for a ride, and you're going to wind up in the same place these people are. And if that's what you want, then continue to go ahead and listen to that for the funny memes and shit. That's fine. But if you're serious about theory, then you need to get the fuck away from these people.
100%. It's just like they won't, like, the people who are innocent enough to not get it yet, I'm cool with. The people who are they know what this is, but like they give the worst people the benefit of the doubt are the ones who I lose respect for daily.
Right.
Yep. Okay. Next one. ANCAPs are edgy left Rothbard Hoppe devotees who like to talk about helicopters, who are conservative and agorists are left libertarians who are non-violent NAP-following types. Well.
Amazing.
Yeah. That NAP. You know what is supposedly part of it? Self-defense. And what did the agorists that we were just talking about say? Self-defense is not really a thing, essentially.
Yep.
You know what doesn't break the NAP? Getting hired at a job.
No, my wage slavery.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, this is the typical. This is the archetypal argument, right? This is the archetypal left libertarian argument. You like late Rothbard and Hoppe, you are a fascist. If you don't believe in early Rothbard, even though Rothbard rejected his own statements during the early Rothbard era with the left and embraced Konkin, then you're a violent fascist. Like, fuck these guys. Like, I don't know what else to say. Fuck you. You don't understand you don't understand the theory. You don't. Or you're a fucking communist. Pick one.
Yeah, you're either a subversive or you don't get it. And either one isn't good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's just funny that like I get that like we did embrace like the helicopters and shit because it was funny. But like Michael Malice is like probably the farthest left or right libertarian could be, and he's the one who started this.
Right.
Yep.
So like you got to go after him if you come after us for embracing a meme that's funny. Like now it's kind of annoying, to be honest. Like too many people hopped on the train and it was less fun. But like Michael Malice started it. Him and his little shithead brothers fucking started that shit in like their group chats, and it was funny as hell. And like then it became a movement. So like if you're gonna say that like we love helicopters, like you say Michael Malice loves helicopters too because he started the joke.
Yeah. No, it's Malice is just a jokester. Like that's all.
Yeah, he's a shithead. He's a shithead. I said that yesterday in the chat. I was like, he's a dickhead for dickhead's sake, and that's why I like him.
Yeah, he's one of us.
Yeah, literally, it's just funny. Like it's funny to people who don't get it, and that's why it's even more funny.
Yep. So let's keep on going. We respect physical property, but we want a post-scarcity future. We're like Cody Wilson. Look up Samuel Konkin III. He had a split with Slothbard and started agorism because of the party-focused bow ties are too conservative.
Oh my god.
He's right about Cody Wilson, by the way, which is the most disappointing thing about him. Post-left anarchists can be great on so many things. Like, he's not a left anarchist, he considers himself post-left. So, like, he loves Hoppe, he loves a lot of really good right-wing thinkers, but, like, he does, like post-scarcity is a thing in his, like, economic ideas. Which sucks.
Which is just insane, right? I mean, it's just totally fucking insane.
Like, as someone who cites Hoppe as his main influence.
Yeah.
His main influence.
And it goes against the very it goes against reality itself, right? Like, you're going against objective reality in order to come up with this fantastical future that will never exist. Like, you want to fucking create fucking replicators. Guess what? Replicators need fucking power. Where do you get fucking power? Well, even in the fucking Star Trek universe, they needed dilithium, which they had to mine, which is a scarce resource.
A scarce resource. Everything is scarce. Everything is scarce. Like it's insane.
Like the fucking fantasy world of Star Trek couldn't even fucking
come up with post-scarcity.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's insane. All right, let's move on because this one actually is just insane. Him calling him Slothbard sucks.
Yeah,
that's really mean.
What a fucking shitty fucking.
What a dick.
Can someone else read this?
Another late Rothbard take, right?
Oh, my boy, still Albert. I see. He blocked me. For anybody who's listening, in context, he blocked me for sharing my now famous "Shut the fuck up, Albert" meme. But okay, so late Rothbard. Okay, so the context is: if I were to be on a 45-minute podcast aimed at libertarians for BHM, what topics should I explain and talk about? I'm thinking Black liberation struggle generally, but what do libertarians need to hear? Parentheses. I know the list is long, but what is most important? Do you think?
So, can I just answer this question?
Yeah,
if Jonathan Blanks wasn't a total fucking downsy Cato Beltway motherfucker, I could easily answer this by saying talk about late Malcolm X. Like, late Malcolm X and the independence movement and pro-segregation movement that he wanted was was probably the leader that blacks needed most. And when he died, they lost that. They really, really did need him, and he had some really good takes in that regard. Because he didn't give a shit about the CRA, and fucking King was a fucking communist. Like he was a coercive integration
open.
Yeah. And sorry if anybody listening is offended by that. I'm literally paraphrasing Rothbard, so check yourself. But get real here. Like, if you're gonna do this, get real about understanding the problems that face the black community, and realize that they needed someone like Malcolm X to bring them out of the idea that they needed to, equality with white people and to be integrated with white people. He understood that people have identity long before this BLM movement ever did, and he understood that ultimately that they just wanted to separate. And I think that that's a much better idea than coercive integration will ever be. And if you're a libertarian, you also agree with that.
Yeah, you must. if you must. But yeah, okay, so Andy replied, late Rothbard et al. The more general history is important and worth covering, but libertarians in particular need to hear about and confront that our movement spawned and harbored, parentheses, and in some quarters still does harbor, a noxious proto-alt-right white supremacist offshoot. So the guy who never broke from his theory was bad because you say so.
Right.
He never broke from property theory. Rothbard is the purest of libertarians because he created it. And I don't, not because he created it, but he understood it. Like, because he literally created like libertarian legal theory and libertarian philosophy. But like Walter Block says, he was, in a room with me and Murray Rothbard, I was the more libertarian one. Like, it's just like I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But these people saying that like the last 10 years of his life he wasn't a libertarian anymore is absurd.
Yeah, like he literally wrote some amazing contributions to the theory during that time. The theory that really the reason that they don't want to accept late Rothbard is because
it was
late
better
evolution of the theory to the point that it is totally and utterly consistent. And they don't want it to be consistent, because when you understand that libertarian theory, when it's consistent, it has to be right-wing. And they're so fucking scared of that idea that they've done everything they possibly can to bury it.
Exactly. They would rather, because they want to keep their facade, or not even a facade, their outward with it, their appearances of being these good left-wing guys who just like capitalism. And they are just as leftist as anyone who calls himself one.
You got it.
I mean, it's just that just because you pay lip service to capital theory doesn't make you any less of my enemy.
100%.
All right, Let's go, Colton. One more.
There's not just one more.
I know. I meant one more coming up.
Yep.
But,
so Mr. Dapperton says, I helped build the ANCAP community a bit. Even Filthy Heretic, my enemy, says 50% of his subs got introduced to ANCAPism by me. What has the ANCAP community done to me in return? Dox me, dox my family, and tried to murder me. Weird way to thank me.
He's right. These people are genuinely, like, a lot of these, like I say this about like online political types a lot. But like these people are searching for something, and they are not stable. And
I don't know. Do you guys know the background on this tweet? I mean, these are serious fucking accusations.
No. Daps actually did get doxxed by Lolbert Ball, and I know, like, I don't know what Esso did. I don't know about the other guy.
Yeah, Esso totally did dox his family to try to drag Mr. Dapperton out because there was a divorce and it was fairly messy, and so there was a lot of accusations essentially, and so Esso just kind of ran through all of that.
I will say that these people are absolutely subhuman. Like, particularly, the anarchy ball guy. I don't know anything about ESO, but if he did that, what a fucking piece of shit. And obviously, you try and murder someone, you're a scumbag fuck, right? So I will say that I have personal experience in this sphere, that the Lolbert left libertarian community will actually absolutely try and destroy you if you're not a left libertarian. And I know this because they tried to do it to me. They did dox me. They did, in fact, dox me. I deleted all of my shit that they were using to dox me and then went away for a while, so nobody fucking remembers it, and nobody can actually use that stuff against me anymore. But they actually did do that. And I know other people that have had the same experience. I don't know if it was specifically Anarchy Ball. I really don't know who it was because it was sent to me by an anonymous account. But it was a threat. It was a threat against me. It was a threat against my life. And I used to get fucking death threats all the time. And I just, you guys know how I reply to death threats, right? Yeah. So like that's what I do. I don't give a shit. Like if you're going to fucking come and try and fucking kill me, you're going to get fucking popped. Like, and trust me when I say I'm going to outfight you 10 times. Like I'm not like, unless you're like the real fucking deal. Like if you're just some fucking stupid scumbag off the street, you're going to get fucked up. Like, but this kind of behavior cannot be tolerated anymore. These people have to go. They cannot stay anymore inside of this movement, and it has to go now. And if people don't realize this, jump on board with us and start calling this out. We're going to have major issues. And I don't know what else to say. Like, if you don't actively oppose this kind of behavior, you are a piece of shit. And you deserve everything you get.
Yeah, if you don't actively oppose this and understand that the threat from the inside, like from the supposed inside, is just as much of a threat than from the outside, you, 100%. Like I said, you're either ignorant, a fool, or a subversive.
Yep,
exactly. And all three are disgusting to me.
What I mean by actively oppose, I just mean literally, you don't have to say it. You don't have to sign a fucking decree or anything. You just
no contract.
Yeah, you don't have to fucking sign a fucking contract. You just have to be opposed to this philosophically. And if you're not, you're not a good person. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, if you're like, you don't have to give anybody any kind of confirmation that you're against this. But if you're not, I'm just telling you, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. As the saying goes,
like you've seen what they do to people.
As the saying goes, a traitor is worse than an enemy.
Exactly.
All right, I can do one or two more, Colton, then I got to roll, brother.
Okay, we've got a bit left.
Okay.
We're about halfway through with these. So.
Oh wow.
So, but a lot of these are. Math Help says late Maury Rothbard was disgraced by M.N. Rothbard, and then Pete Q said, I agreed.
Yeah, this is, again, the late Rothbard shit, calling late Rothbard a piece of shit, basically. It was a disgrace because it doesn't fall into their left-wing narrative. And if people don't know, Mance Raider and M.N. Rothbard was Peter Kanonis's, the guy who runs Libertarian Institute's, former username. And he wiped his total account to start a new account. I wonder why. Because he said shit like this. And this is such an obvious... I mean, it just it tells you who he is.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's like I've had, like you guys have seen me, like I've had like many public like arguments with him, and it's just because like I know what he is.
Yep.
And he does, like, I know what he is. I've seen it. I listen to his podcast. I still do, but he is my enemy.
Yep. And
like
then there's...
Yep. Like he just like, I've seen what he's done. He plays from the, he's just like Sal, where he plays to the right libertarians, but he's been a leftist this whole time, and it's been obvious.
Yep. And then there's Sal the Agorist again. Hoppe is a darkspot and otherwise illustrious record of the Mises Institute, and he's just taking a quote out of context.
Yep, this is what he does. And then there are other tweets I've seen of him use Hoppe memes and memes taken from Hoppean.org.
Yeah, memes literally taken from Hoppean.org.
that's I mean, I don't believe in IP, but Jesus, like, how fucking subversive can you be to use Hoppean.org and then simultaneously say shit like this? You are a fucking straight up fucking Trotskyite entryist. That's all you are.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Like all these people that have taken that have been Rothbardians online and everything like that, and then they take the Agorist pill.
Yeah.
Do not surprise me whatsoever, because I knew it.
Yep.
Because agorism is becoming the new it thing, and it's like everyone's just like, oh yeah, the agorists are the good guys. And it's just like, you can see this is all LARP. Like like I've said before, the only agorist who I respect is Per Bieland, and it makes me sick that he is an agorist, because that dude's great, but it's just but he's been one for a while. But like all these people that just hopped on, it is so obvious that they were uncomfortable with some of the things that are actually good about libertarianism, like right libertarianism, and so they felt that they needed to have their leftist.
They're looking for confirmation bias from an ideology.
Exactly.
Yep.
They are so uncomfortable with the things that they were encountering, like what they would have to essentially the conclusions that they would have to come to if they were actually intelligent, that they ran to something else.
Yep. And then Nicholas Somok is also on this Hoppe bad, late Rothbard bad.
Yeah, and this okay, agorists and left market anarchists, this is the type of guy that is you. Like Nicholas Sarwark. Everybody fucking hates this guy. You have the same opinion as him.
Yep.
Not saying that having the same opinion as somebody that's a dumpster fire is means you're a dumpster fire, but when it comes to this guy, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because it's his ideas that make him a dumpster fire. It's not like, anything he necessarily quote unquote did.
Yeah, Sarwark's just really bad. Like I actually don't think the guy's libertarian. I'm genuine. I just don't think I don't think he's actually a libertarian. I think he's probably pretty close. But what was the speech that got him elected as chair? An anti-war speech. Okay. But he's been bad on everything else the entire time he's been in the sphere.
And when he was debating Dave Smith, he said that if Dick Cheney was the Libertarian candidate, you would have to vote for him because you're a Libertarian and that's the Libertarian Party candidate.
Yeah, which means that he doesn't care about ideas. He only cared about the party, which is why Rothbard left.
Yep.
Well, yeah, because all the fucking egalitarians. I mean, he's one of them. He's straight up egalitarian.
Yeah.
Rothbard literally said, fuck this, I'm out because of all you fucking egalitarians.
Yep. Also, then there's Casey. Does someone want to read this?
Yeah, I'll read it.
I'll read it. Oh yeah.
Quote unquote left Rothbardians are just anarcho-capitalists that aren't idiots.
That's just objectively dumb. You calling Tom Woods dumb? You calling Bob Murphy dumb? You calling Dave Smith dumb? You calling Hans Hoppe dumb? You call Guido Holzman? Yeah, you calling Rothbard dumb because he was not a left Rothbardian? Come on.
Yeah, and also left Rothbardian. That's just a contradiction.
Yeah, it's a contradiction in terms.
Straight up.
Even though Roger Long would probably call himself one, even. But yeah, it's a contradiction.
Yep. Also, this is basically what I found in my second article on Konkin. You
encountered a bit of that.
Yep.
Can't hire somebody to be your wage slave, you fascist.
Yep.
Basically. Hey, I would like a job. Okay.
Also, this is something that we need to go over. But feels like we need to rediscover the connection between postmodernism and Austrian economics every 6 months. Yeah, we really need to go out to postmodernism soon.
Yeah.
I'd have to read more Derrida and Foucault. I would. Like, I would only feel comfortable with them because I've read them both, but not when I actually understood philosophy. So I have to go back and do it again, and that's just a burden.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's a lot.
How
Yeah.
I would do this is I would analyze Thaddeus Russell's debates and see what he says postmodernism.
Oh, he's terrible. He's so bad. As like the postmodern libertarian guy, even though he's not a libertarian, doesn't call himself one. It's just embarrassing whenever he actually talks philosophy.
Yep. Let's just become full-blown social justice Misesians and get over with it.
So this claim is kind of weird. Just because we say that value is subjective, doesn't mean that everything is subjective. You know what I mean? Like when we say that economic value is subjective from person to person, it doesn't mean that there aren't certain moral truths.
Yep.
Or objective truths about our reality, right? I mean, that objective truth that the person exists and they have self-ownership. If you reject that, then you're not a fucking libertarian.
You're not a libertarian.
You're saying that's a subjective idea. Well, no, fuck you. It's not.
Yep. Yeah, no, but also the social justice thing, and it's like, oh man, that is going to come into conflict right away with natural rights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's just that, like, I look at it from like the moral choice, which is what most people, they're talking about postmodern. But yeah, like you guys are even making like better points about it, where it's just like they're like objective reality points. Like I always come to like the morality question, but like, yeah, like if you don't think that somebody owns themselves, then you're not a libertarian.
Right.
Yep. Then Kava said the next one. Does someone want to read that?
It's not up. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah. I would love to see that term take off, if only to see the consternation it would cause at the Mises Institute. Oy vey.
Yeah, so like you're gonna like you just want to see the Mises Institute get angry. Like that's your point. Like this is who these people are, right? They don't give a shit. They do not give a shit about libertarian theory. They only care about promoting leftism.
And then these leftists claim we are the subversives.
Right. Like, this is just obvious subversion right here.
Yep. Taylor, you got anything to say? Anyways. I think Taylor should go into this because this is his boy.
Yeah. Taylor, are you there?
There was the last one too. So anyways.
He's still in the chat, but yeah. I mean I don't know how to approach this. But it's interesting that Pear uses these arguments, and it's so the core is the same guy from earlier, right? And then Pear interacts with these guys. I think it just leads to, and I'm not saying anything bad about Pear at all, but it leads to this kind of idea that these people have a voice here when they really, really shouldn't at all. And I'm not saying people can't interact and talk and all that. I'm just pointing out objective reality, and the objective reality here is these people interact with us, and we interact back, and that's not always the best idea.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I had to pee, and we got to my boy's response.
Yeah, we were saying that you should read what he says.
If one is anarchist and Marxist, who does one side with in the Marx-Proton exchange? Oh, what did you guys say already? I'm curious.
We mostly talked about his interacting with this guy who we said is a subversive from the previous one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Can someone link up Jackson on Discord so that way we can continue, because I found a replacement.
Okay, Monarch. Jared.
Yep, give me a second.
You're up, kid. Actually, I can't even call you kid. You're
Yeah.
you're older. You're older than me.
Yep.
This is a good stream.
Yeah,
It's
no.
good. Yeah, this is great. We definitely have to talk the strategy video.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, get Jackson in this. Get Jackson in this thing. I gotta eat something.
Yeah, no. As soon as we get done here, I'm gonna go grab some fast food, which will probably be McDonald's because that's the only thing open late in this small town.
Yeah, I should probably drink something that doesn't have alcohol in it. Also, it's been probably 3 days. I'm kidding. It's not that bad, but it was a long one for me. I just wish Pear wasn't
He's in general chat.
So sad.
Can he get in now?
We will find out. Okay, no, it needs to be something slightly more. Okay.
There you go.
Jackson!
What's going on, Jackson? We're tagging you in, kid.
Hey. Famous out of something, right?
Yep, we're live. You're tagging in so that Jared and Taylor can tag out.
Cool.
All right, boys. It's been a good one.
Yeah.
It was great. You guys take care of business.
Yeah, no. It's actually sad to see that poor Byland is kind of informing that he's an anarchist and a Marxist.
He's not. He's just... he hurts me a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's your boy,
alright.
So you keep on taking L's.
Yeah, I keep on taking L's for him because, like, he's the one agorist that I'll apologize for, and he keeps hurting me. Why must you do this?
All right, guys. If you're still watching the stream or you want to find us on Twitter, check out Hoppean.org or at the Hoppean. You can also find me at END Democracy and Democracy on Twitter. What about you, Taylor?
Yep, you can find me at Yinscap, or I also go by my real name on another account. You could probably find it. I just won't dox myself on the stream.
Yep,
sounds good.
All right. But,
all right. See you guys later.
Peace, Yins.
Yep. Okay. So we just went through a whole
We're
bunch. So what this
We're shitting
is,
on Sal, right?
That's what we were doing. So we just went through all of their left libertarian stuff because that's what they wanted to talk about at the end of stream, but the stream was taking too long and they needed to go. So really what this is we're going over Esso and Filthy's critique of Hoppe. And this time they're critiquing Hoppeans as a way to critique Hoppe. And
Sounds fun.
And so far they've been using a bunch of Liberty Hangout and Paleoatomic treats to attack Hoppe.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so like they're using two meme accounts essentially.
Yeah.
And so
Victortarians isn't even like really like Hoppean or not, Liberty Hangout, I mean.
Right, they're just like the guy that runs it is
They're
a
like-
libertarian, but he basically Liberty Hangout, that Twitter account, is just a shit posting account.
It's just like a vaguely right-wing shitpost, yeah.
Yeah. So, let's continue. We've got 9 minutes left. So.
All right.
No, we could take their shots without even addressing his arguments because his arguments are dumb.
Actually, do you have anything to say about this? Because I was gonna just skip it.
I haven't seen any of it, so I'm looking at this stream. I can't really hear the video.
Oh, you can't hear the video? Are you looking at the stream from Discord or from
On YouTube, is there a video on Discord?
Yeah. So if you click my icon, you see I'm live.
Yes, live. It's loading.
Okay.
Okay, there we are.
So, yeah. Let's go to the beginning of this then.
Now,
Not even addressing.
All right.
No, we could take their shots without even addressing his arguments because his arguments are dumb.
Anyways, that's the argument there. But did you have anything to say about the comments? I thought the comment was very, very good.
To go on LTE because the Wi-Fi sucks here at this apartment.
Hmm.
All right, sorry. Can you play that again?
Oh,
sorry to
okay.
everybody watching.
To take their shots.
No, we could take their shots without even addressing his arguments because his arguments are dumb.
Now, if
it's basically nothing, you know.
Okay, yeah. I was still being weird for whatever reason. I'm not sure what's going on, but
Okay. Let's see what if it continues.
If you're particularly observant, you might have noticed this already, but Hoppeans use many of the same rhetorical
very,
tactics
quiet and
employed
echoey.
by Mark.
I
hear you fine.
But this is quiet?
Yeah, the stream itself, I can't actually hear anything they're saying.
That's interesting.
I can try pulling it up on YouTube and trying to watch it myself. What's the channel name there?
No tolerance.
Or I mean, the stream that we're responding to.
It is the Back Alley Philosophy is the channel, and it's The Road to Serfdom, a critique of Hans-Hermann Hoppe, Part 5.
All right,
It's their latest critique of Hans-Hermann Hoppe.
Yeah. All right. Can you still hear me fine right now? Can you hear me like this?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. I'm wearing other headphones to listen to it over. So what timestamp are we?
We're at 23:04.
All right. There I am.
His arguments.
Now, if you're particularly...
Oh, can you hear that?
Yes, I can. Actually, that could work.
All right. I'll start playing. If somebody's in the chat, can they say if they can hear it well on YouTube?
Yeah, it's slightly a little worse video quality, but yeah, let's go ahead.
All right. So I'm at 23:02 right now.
Arguments are dumb. Now, if you're particularly observant, you might have noticed this already. Hoppeans use many of the same tactics employed by Marxists in order to defend their expansions upon the libertarian philosophy. Perhaps the most obvious example of this is when talking about Hoppeanism and covenant communities, the whole "a CC is just an informal association of property owners," while simultaneously advocating strict contractual rules enforced by...
Okay. So they're going to claim that we use a bunch of status canards, but really some of the ones we went over, like how do you have roads in a residential area without having like communal property like that's a real issue, because if you don't believe in covenant communities, you don't believe in having shared ownership. How do you, like, let's say you have a cul-de-sac, how do you figure who owns that road in the cul-de-sac?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain level, even at their level, you have to be able to sign away some of your rights if you want to live with people at all.
Yeah.
like sign away contractually. I mean, I've seen people talk about this on Twitter. Like, it's this, like the problem with the social contract is that you didn't actually sign it. You can't give consent to the social contract because they force you.
Actually, that's something they brought up earlier. A Hoppean, or at least a libertarian they don't agree with, said that the only so Esso asked the person, the only reason you disagree with the social contract is because you didn't actually sign it, and the other person says yes.
Exactly.
That's they think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you sign away in a business transaction, or I guess depending on what level of left libertarian there are, just a business interaction between two individual entrepreneurs or whatever the fuck they want to do. Like, you're contracting away your right to not fulfill your end of the bargain in any contract.
Yep.
I mean, if you can't contract into a covenant community, how can you give yourself a contractual obligation in any way?
Actually, that's a meme that we shared. There's two people shaking hands, and what the richer guy says, "You're hired," and then you have this agorist ball screeching in the corner because two people wanna trade labor for money or money for labor.
Exactly.
Yes.
I mean, it's like these people don't even have like a coherent ideology.
Yep.
Like it's not like consistent in that. I mean, if you can't sign a contract, then like, what do they expect people to just like live on like their own plots of land and communicate? You can have no trust. I mean, the only trust is earned. You can't have any legal guarantor of trust.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
It really is.
So anyways, let's continue.
All right.
By an entity which has an exclusive ownership claim over everything, that you have to justify yourself every time you want to do anything. Shtick we touched upon earlier with how Hoppians use equivocation to stop from questioning their property ethics. You've all probably heard this exact same argument from Marxist beat for beat, just using different terminology. I live under what you would call capitalism, and we'll still do that with the community all the time. It sounds like you're in a position with positive social to make your
the whole assisi.
while simultaneously
Can you rewind that about 30 seconds? And can you also try to increase the volume?
Yes. I am at full volume right now.
One second.
Still quiet?
Alright, I will increase your volume, but can you speak, can you just speak?
Quietly.
Okay.
Kind of like closer to this level, as I could.
I need to figure out how to equalize the volume because it's all on your end too.
Yeah.
So I think that should be good. Just go ahead and rewind and then.
All right, I'm at 23:39 right now.
Okay.
Shtick we touched upon earlier with how Hoppians use equivocation to stop people from questioning their property ethics. You've all probably heard this exact same argument from Marxist beat for beat, just using different terminology. I live under what you would call capitalism, and people still do that with people in their community all the time. It sounds like you're purposely conflating your position with positive social behavior to make your detractors and critics look bad while simultaneously advocating socialism as a rigid economic state-imposed structure of fiat, which is arguably just an even more onerous form of capitalism. Well, there's a reason for this. That's because, much like Marx, who quite openly employs a propaganda model in his philosophy.
We ran about 10 seconds, but I do want to respond to that. The entire reason why we conflate covenant communities with positive things that people do is because covenant communities is how you have the social organization in a private law society.
Mm-hmm.
So it's people are gonna have either informal or formal contracts when dealing with each other. Like I know when I was in Kentucky, it was kind of a contract that you would be kicked out of someone's house if you didn't take off your shoes. You know, it's just one of those things. Like, they expect you to have there's some standards that they expect you to uphold on their private property.
Yeah, and they can't get it past their heads that they can form their own communities that have whatever rules they want.
Yep.
Like a Hoppean social order doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have a gay covenant community. I mean, people like Hoppe have smartly said that, you know, that community's not going to last very long, or those communities might not be as successful. But under a Hoppean political order, not necessarily social order, but I mean, on some agrist or some communist or whoever can form their own covenant community with their own rules. They seem to conflate having some people live in a covenant community which promotes a traditional lifestyle as forcing that upon everybody when it just plain out like isn't.
Yep. You haven't been paying attention to these live streams, have you?
No.
So
Not really.
They believe that Hoppe wants a monarch to enforce rules upon everyone else, and that's what they call a covenant community, an aristocracy, and a natural order.
It may be good for my mental health that I haven't been listening to these streams. Because I think I just lost somewhere around like 50 IQ points just hearing that.
Yeah, no, it's been fun just because of like how bad it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, what timestamp are we on?
I went back 10 seconds. We're at 24:13.
Okay, I accidentally had my video going the entire time, so.
Okay.
Yeah, let's continue.
All right.
Onerous form of feudalism. Well, there's a reason for this. That's because, much like Karl Marx, who quite openly employs a Hegelian propaganda model in his philosophy, specifically to cause people to become emotionally invested in his philosophy, or as he called it, class conscious, and whose philosophy emerged conveniently right around the time that proponents of communalism within libertarian and socialist circles had fallen out of favor, since at the time it was widely recognized that monopolies, unjust property relations, and general of anti-competitive privileged features of the market in a state society couldn't exist without some form of state intervention. And as was seen by the ethical and praxis failures of the Owenite communities, so-called libertarians who thought of themselves as opponents of the right to exclusively own one's resources and associate freely, were recognized rightfully as actually being advocates of a more radical form of state dominion resources and central proprietorship than even defenders of the monarchies in Europe at the time. So Marx came along, and through Olympic-level mental gymnastics, several loans
Jackson,
were
stop.
modern.
Just to let you know, if there's anything you would like to respond to or think that would be a good thing to respond to, you should stop, not just when I say pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's a lot of stuff. The thing with Hegelian, we've already identified as him having read the Right Hegelian book by Jeffrey Tucker.
Yep.
And so apparently that's who he has actually talked. Well, that's something he has read. He hasn't read that much Hoppe, but he has read Jeffrey Tucker.
Of course, the most like reactionary person in the libertarian movement, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. It's actually funny because he says that Hoppeans become neo-reactionary like at the 5-minute mark in this video.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he also said that Rothbard became Are
you there?
Hello?
Hey, you cut out
Yep.
right after you said like Rothbard became.
Yeah, they also say Rothbard became a neo-reactionary in like Mencius Moldbug in the 80s and 90s.
I mean, he kind of always was, in a way.
Well, no. Not a neo-reactionary as in like, he's a reactionary in terms of he's reacting to something. In terms of being like a formalist.
Yeah.
So it's
Well, I mean, in their terms, I mean, people can take stuff out of context for Rothbard, and he definitely got more right wing over time. But he was never some leftist.
Well, the thing is that he started on the old right, and he only allied himself with leftists because he thought he could make them libertarians. And I'm waiting for Jared to get me the source on this, but Jared has actually talked about on the stream how Rothbard actually hated him appealing to SDS and the left because of all the stuff that was spun out of that, like the Konkin shit and the Roderick Long stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he just sees it as, and he just kind of disliked like him trying to ally himself left just to create more libertarians because of the anti-war stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely ended up backfiring.
Yep.
I mean, if he hadn't what libertarianism could be today, if it hadn't skewed to the left and just kept skewing more to the left, because then the people who got in control.
Yep.
Until we have the shit show we have today.
Yeah, I know. And then the next thing he says in that is that Hoppe's even more statist than the monarchs of the past, and it's like, well, if you like with how they interpreted Hoppe in terms of being like a monarchist, it does kind of make sense, but no, not at all. It's Hoppe is saying that from a private law society you will get an aristocracy, not that you need a monarch to run everything.
Yeah, I mean that'll naturally happen when you just play through it in your mind. The most success. I mean, it's Darwinism at a certain point.
Yep.
Natural selection at in any society, the most successful people will, on average, have the most successful children. I mean, it might take a while, in my opinion, to get to an aristocratic point.
Right, but
I mean, that kind of stuff always
pops up,
especially if the inbreeding is limited.
Yeah.
That would help.
So let's continue.
Yes.
Of millions of dollars from Nathan Rothschild, along with direct financial support from one of the wealthiest British industrialists of the 19th century, published several works, perhaps most famous, Capital, in which he fundamentally lays the groundwork for how none of the aforementioned problems with socialism or libertarian philosophers that attempted to deny exclusive ownership claims actually exist. It's not actually state intervention which is causing the issues they about, nor are states inherently coercive. It's actually capitalists as a class, which the state created. So everything the state does, the capitalists are actually doing by influencing the state to allow them to influence the state. Unless they aren't, in which case the state is actually the capitalist class, and simultaneously in conflict with the capitalist class, because it's doing bad things things, which are all mean and capitalist-y. What's the capitalist class? Not the working class. What's the working class? Not the capitalist class. And also, every single person either has capitalist or working interests and don't have unique individual interests. And just like that, suddenly the idea of a monopoly emerging out of a market free of intervention wasn't something that would get you laughed out of a special ed classroom, and the property relations of the current society were a natural product of exclusive ownership and actual decentralization. Freedom from state tyranny was just having a state own everything, but call it democracy or collective ownership. Also, just as a quick side note, the terms socialist and capitalist prior to Marxist theory had an entirely different connotation because of the fact that before Marx, no one in their right mind would have associated systemic anti-competitive practices, political authority, and monopoly with the market, since political literature published by states during the early to mid-19th century openly promoted the association between states causing monopolies or depriving people of the ability to associate, along becoming more dependent on state-supported industry as the state's supposed benefit on society. Capitalism was a derogatory term used to refer to state-sponsored industrialists, and socialism was a general term used to refer to anyone who is skeptical of the modern state's political economies, which would have included many liberals and libertarians who are now associated with what's referred to as free market anarchy or just laissez-faire argumentation.
What does this have to do with Hoppe?
I know, I've been listening to the past, it's been 3 minutes, and the history of the term socialist, what it meant 200 years ago, before anybody cared.
Yeah, no, it's also,
I mean, he's just trying to...
He's
Go ahead.
He's claiming that he has the, historical crap. But I would love for his leftist ass to go to Basquiat to Mencken and be like, yeah, we should totally only have businesses of one, and if you employ employees, that's like slavery, dude. You know?
Yeah, I remember hearing, I have no clue how accurate this is, but I remember my leftist AP World History teacher going on about how Adam Smith didn't believe in having employees and that kind of stuff.
The thing with Adam Smith is that he not only spawned capitalist theory, but he also spawned he created the notion of labor theory of value. He created the notion of collective ownership of scarce means is necessary.
Damn, so he's basically almost like the caricature of libertarianism. I read Hoppe or I listened to Hoppe's speech on Milton Friedman.
Yeah.
And how it's almost that kind of level of subversion.
Yeah.
Of the spawn of this person basically invented and he was a communist.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
So do you know the Lockean proviso on for homesteading, right?
Generally, yeah.
So the difference between
you have to improve the land and that kind of stuff.
Well, it's not just that. The Lockean proviso, which is different from the Hoppean neo-Lockean proviso, is that the Lockean proviso adds that if the thing you're homesteading is a scarce good that other people will struggle to get, you can't actually privately own that good.
That's
But
so you can't own any scarce resource?
Basically.
Under pure Lockeanism?
Yeah.
People from the past are weird.
Yeah, no, this is the issue with creating a brand new theory is that you're gonna be asked hard questions, and then you're gonna try to figure out how to have an exception for those hard questions, It just kind of destroys your entire philosophy, though, because every good is scarce.
Yeah.
So.
Except ideas.
Right, which is why IP is a
Hashtag Kinsella.
Yep. But yeah, that's why you didn't really see communism or socialism before Locke and Adam Smith, is because those are the guys that
paved the way for that.
Yeah, paved the way for that. They also paved the way for a bunch of good capitalist theory, but it's also like, you have to take the good with the bad, and the Soviet Union is kind of because of them.
I mean, it is a really all of leftism almost, not necessarily leftism depending on your definition, but socialism.
Yeah.
You could say.
So just because the old people had ideas does not make it good. That's why I say libertarianism is a revolution on liberalism.
Yeah.
Because it kind of got libertarianism, as Rothbard made it, got rid of all of the stupidity of Locke and Adam Smith and all of those people. They got rid of the scarcity exception for homesteading. You got rid of labor theory of value and just went with subjective value.
At a certain point when you're in the present, you almost have to take the good with the bad and build on very extremely flawed ideas.
Yeah, so you kind of need to be. But yeah, no, that's why you can quote unquote say that Proudhon is building on Adam Smith, but based on the intellectual theory, it was actually in the capitalists, it was the free market guys or whatever you want to call them. It was the subjective theory of value and the exception that got done away with, not the Sorry. It was the labor theory of value. It was all the Marxist and socialist stuff that got done away with. It wasn't the homesteading that got done away with. So, what timestamp are we at?
We're at 2809.
Okay, let's continue.
All right.
But the reason I bring this up is because this is remarkably similar to the influence Hoppe has had on modern libertarianism and the Austrian ideology. Not just how he preys upon desperate demographics looking to justify their authoritarian tendencies they'd previously thought they'd need to toss aside in order to accept libertarianism as being true, or libertarians who don't know much about libertarianism and are simply for answers to questions they might have, but how he so specifically targets philosophical understandings key to libertarianism, which make people more susceptible to coming to inconsistent and or anti-libertarian conclusions by developing a warped idea of property ethics and principles, but also how Hoppe completely tries to ignore...
Pause. Go back about 10 seconds.
How many seconds?
10. So the whole warped view of private property ethics comes from them being LMAs and believing in the right of way, and Rothbard and Hoppe believing in access rights.
Okay.
Do you know what an access right is?
No, you have to explain all this to me.
Okay, so an access right is a right to access a land. To walk across it. And then right of way says that everyone has an access right to anyone else's land.
Damn, so that's like open borders.
Yeah.
As basically the theory of open borders.
Yep.
When you really go down to it.
Yeah, so the whole thing with access rights is that Hoppe and Rothbard believe that you could buy and sell access rights as well as homestead access rights.
So how would you homestead an access right?
So, for instance, let's say I go into the wilderness and build my house on top of a hill. And about 5
Yep.
miles away, there is a lake. And I travel in between this on an ATV. And when I get to the lake, I have my boat and a dock. So I own the dock because I built the dock. I own my boat because I have I either built or bought the boat. I own my house. I own the land it's on, the land I improved. But I also own an access right to the land in between the lake, my dock and my home.
So it's kind of like the dunk on non-open borders libertarians of people saying like, oh, well, couldn't somebody just buy plots of land that surround yours and then trap you, kind of thing.
Yeah. So that's actually
you can homestead that access right to cross that land, basically.
Right, and so that was their problem. They talked about the encirclement issue, and I'm just like, well, you need to homestead that access right. But let's say another person goes and does the same thing. Builds his home on top of a hill, but never leaves it. And then someone builds around him.
Yep.
Well, he's kind of shit out of luck for not homesteading an access right to the land around him,
Yeah.
Like it's just you kind of shit out of luck if you don't have a access right to ingress and egress your property. And Rothbard in Nations by Consent, which is what we were basing a lot of this on, was saying that like people when they're buying houses make sure they have access rights to the surrounding land so that they can enter and leave. And even populations, when the not the balkanization, but the when the Caucasians were in the Caucasus region, when there were various people like breaking up into different states, they made sure to add into like their various contracts access rights to different places.
Like with the part of Azerbaijan that kind of crosses across Armenia.
Yeah, they made sure that they would have access rights, so that way there was no conflicts in the future. Like when you realize that if you have a theory of contract of property that has access rights instead of right of way, people actually take precautions to make sure that they have access rights to and from their various properties. And actually, if you know anything about personal responsibility, making someone responsible for a thing actually reduces the possibilities of the encirclement issue ever being an issue.
Yeah.
It's anyways, it's just kind of crazy that they go with the right of way thing because I don't think we knew each other back when I wasn't a libertarian.
No, I didn't. I didn't know who you were until you were full on Hoppean, and then Isaac kind of brought me into the group.
Yep.
About a year ago.
Yeah. So.
Back as a Walbert.
Yeah. So.
The good old days.
Yeah. So one of my biggest critiques before I became a Hoppean, Jared actually is why I became a Hoppean and a libertarian, is because I knew libertarians were open borders, and so I asked, okay, so let's say there's 100,000 people in Kapistan, right?
Yep.
What's going to stop China from taking 500,000 PLA members, just having them immigrate into Kapistan, buy weapons, buy tanks, and all of that, because there's no, there's no regulations on guns like there shouldn't be in Kapistan. And then just staging a coup d'etat inside of it. Like, what's going to stop that? Because you have open borders. Like, what's going to stop open subversion?
That's the exact same argument that you and Jared used on me, so...
I didn't know if I used this argument, but yeah, no.
Oh yeah, I don't know. It was like you, Jared, and Sean within the group. I don't know which. I had multiple discussions, but
right. But
I definitely remember. I definitely remember that argument.
Yeah, and it's something that you have to contend with if you're going to be open borders.
Yeah, it really makes you think.
So, yeah, this is how you deal with it: access rights and private property, and being able to exclude people you don't want to associate with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good. That's actually good because I was thinking just the other day about kind of that straw man issue. I'm trying to think out the theory behind that, which, as a newbie, it's always good to kind of learn more theory that kind of counteracts your questions.
Yeah.
Even when I wasn't necessarily asking for it.
Yep. So, let's
continue.
Yep.
Or anti-libertarian conclusions by developing a warped idea of property ethics and principles, but also how Hoppe completely tries to ignore or undermine the fact that he's even espousing an entirely different view on libertarian philosophy from other libertarians. Even though to the trained eye it's patently obvious that he is, as Heretic and I have demonstrated, and how he uses equivocation to his...
I mean, yeah.
Hoppe is different, but he's not different from Rothbard. That's the big thing, is that...
I mean, if you say that, yeah, Hoppe is different from, like, Nick Sarwark, or, like, in his, like, justification, or Konkin, or any other, like, left libertarian, like, yeah, that's why he's a unique philosopher.
Right, but he's not that much different from Rothbard. He's actually continuing Rothbard's work. And...
Exactly.
And we already went over earlier in the stream about late Rothbard and all of that, so we don't have to go over it here. But
yep,
that's what these types always go into, is late Rothbard versus early Rothbard, and it's not late versus new. It's really just in his 60s and 70s he was trying to ally himself with the left, and he realized that that's not going to work. It's going to backfire on you. You're going to get subverted.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
Continue?
Yep.
Associate his covenant communities with decentralization, free association, or how Hoppeans use euphemisms to try and softball positions which they consciously recognize as being woefully inconsistent, such as physical removal to describe using violence against thought criminals, or following up every one of these euphemisms with the phrase "so to speak," as if to give themselves an out in case someone were to criticize them for their open support of the use of state violence, while pretending to be libertarians, in much the same way that Marxists talk about re-education centers, which counter-revolutionaries will have to be rehabilitated in if they espouse subversive opinions about their Marxist work class people's anarcho-liberation state and be forced voluntarily into freedom.
He's just attacking, like, misinterpretations of memes.
Right, and they say
like, so to speak, is a meme because that's just what Hoppe said.
Yep. I'm gonna repost what he's talking about, but the violence against thought criminals is based on this. If I'm remembering correctly, there's another quote that he could be referencing, but I think it's this. This is what he's been talking about quite a bit. But no, this is literally the quote.
Do you want to read that for the stream, or just?
Well, we've already read it for the stream, but literally what Esso is talking about is, Filthy here, sorry, is talking about Hoppe talking about how either if you don't have higher brain functions to the point where you can't say no to a proposition, then you're not really able to have self-ownership. And if you're harmless, you can either be employed as a producer or a consumer good, or to be enjoyed as a free good. let's think of newborn babies. They're not really able to have higher brain functions, so they should be
Definitely not.
They should be enjoyed as a quote unquote free good by their parents. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
On the other hand, there are people that have higher brain functions, but knowingly act wrong. And
yeah, I mean,
besides having to be
there are plenty of smart.
Yeah,
I know plenty of smart idiots.
Yep. Besides having to be tamed, well, it's not even just about them being idiots like socialists or something like that. It has to do with them acting wrongly. So this would be, your general criminal, essentially. And so, besides having to be tamed or even physically defeated, they must also be punished to make them understand the nature of their wrongdoings and hopefully teach them a lesson for the future. Like, yeah. And the other thing they could be talking about there is how Hoppe says that you must physically remove socialists and socialists, communists, and Democrats from a libertarian social order if you do not want this libertarian social order to become, well, socialist, communist, or democratic. And it's just like, well, yeah, if you can't have subversives running around and just assume that you're not going to be subverted.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think part of that is just how people conflate physical removal with helicopters and Pinochet, which are different things.
Right, but the thing is that
I mean, that's just like exiling.
Yeah, it's. But anyways, can we go back 15 seconds and then go on? Actually, before you go on, tell me what timestamp we're at.
2948.
2948?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
That Marxists talk about re-education centers, which counter-revolutionaries will have to be rehabilitated if they espouse subversive opinions about their Marxist working-class people's anarcho-liberation state and be forced voluntarily into freedom slavery.
This equivocation of libertarianism with neo-reactionary views makes libertarianism antagonistic to those with personal, political, or even racial opposition to neo-reactionaries. After all, who would want to work with the guys who want to throw you out of helicopters?
Pause.
Libertarianism's greatest...
Yeah, I'm glad that the socialists and communists and Democrats don't want to come into my covenant community. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Also, I hate his voice. That's my first time actually listening to her.
Yeah, so what he was just talking was
that
filthy.
voice just pisses me off. Yeah. Yeah, that, or was it right talking right now? Is that filthy or...
Filthy.
ESO. Okay.
Yeah, they're switching in between, so...
yeah.
Anyways. Damn it, can you give me the timestamp again?
Right now at 30:22. So continue.
1 second, but it's just kind of like also the racial thing, and it's like, what do you mean? Like the white community is like, yes, if there's a covenant community that only allows whites or only allows Italians or only allows English, and the other people shouldn't want to join that because they're not wanted there. You know?
Yeah, like that's the whole point. Like if you, it's almost the whole like forced integration thing. Like if you're a black person, why would you want to live with white supremacists? Why do you want to make them their neighbors?
Well, not even white supremacists. It might just be white separatists, where they just want to be separated from blacks. Like, why would you want to impose yourself on them?
Yeah. Better to allow peaceful separation than lead to violence, which is what has always happened.
Yep. I have the Balkan map if anyone wants it. I just posted it yesterday to Leo, who's on Orthodox Twitter. But yeah, no, it's all kind of BS, you know? It's
everything is.
Anyways, let's continue.
All right.
Its strength is its ability to appeal to every preference simultaneously, and Hoppeanism narrows its appeal to exclusively the alt-right, who
Pause.
reject libertarianism to begin with.
It doesn't appeal only to the alt-right.
All of the right.
Yeah,
not just the. I mean,
right. So
you can't just go straight to like a Trump supporter shouting all cops are bastards and talking about and like with all this gay shit and think that you're going to appeal to people.
Yep.
I mean, it's not a criticism of an ideology that a certain subset is appealed to it.
Yep.
Guilt by association at the best.
Yeah, no, it's having the right to association. It's not just for white people. You know, it can be for blacks. It can be for, let's say you have the Amish. You know, they might not want someone moving in next door that is all, has all this fancy technology.
I mean, everybody's talking about Wakanda again now.
Yep.
Perfect example.
Yep. It doesn't necessarily need to be an entire city. Like, it can be. Like, there can be covenant communities that have laws against nudity, and it could make, even though they're different covenant communities, it could be one contiguous city that has this standard, such that if you want to enter that standard, you can't be nude. I just don't know.
I mean, that just.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just saying that's just a general trend of devolution towards a Hoppean order with microstates and city-states. Just realistically, if we're talking about the U.S., are going to have to happen.
Yep.
With separation. So you have Eastern California, which is much more right-wing, but then you have to have like just the strategy of how separation happens.
Yep, and as we referenced earlier, I have an article on a strategy for a Hoppean social order. It's not the only strategy, but it's a strategy.
Yep, great article.
Yep, let's continue.
All right, we're at 3035. Right now.
Outer principle. Libertarians, meanwhile, recognize everything we discussed previously about Hoppeanism, that it's a subversive, authoritarian framework for understanding social relations that seeks to impose social order and cultural norms from the top down.
Pause.
Interesting to hear him talking about subversiveness.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that's we talked about this earlier, but yeah, these are the subversives, and they're calling us that. It's like, anyways, but yeah, no, this top-down thing, like, they don't even understand how a covenant community even comes into existence. You know? Like, there's two ways. People who own homes could come together to create a covenant community, or two, a proprietor could create a covenant community based on what he thinks people would want to pay for. Jackson, you still with me? Hello, Jackson. Hello? Yeah, but,
Now can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my headphones must have cut out.
Okay. But do you see, like, how this all... Anyways, it's, just kind of BS, you know, it's like, oh no, you want to be top down. It's like, just because there's organization does not mean it's like a dictatorship. You absolute retard.
top down. As this, I mean, if you listen to Hoppe, he basically says that a minoritarian.
You're cutting in and out.
But all these.
It was kind of bad before, but now I can't even understand you.
Try.
You just said try, I don't know what you said. But anyways, yeah, no, this is basically the end of the video anyways, so I don't know if we want to keep on going. Anyways, I think we'll cut it here just
now,
because...
can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can.
Hopefully this will...
And you're gone again.
I can't play the video anymore.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was gonna say, let's just cut it here because we're like 19 seconds away from the end of the video and they're not gonna say anything that they haven't said before. So, do you want to show anything, Jackson? Like your
not
Twitter?
really. I mean, oh yeah, my Twitter is at Hop with 2 P's, Vault Boy.
Yep, and I'm at
That's where I
Hetsu.
am.
Yeah, and I'm Colton. I'm at Hetsu very much, and yeah. Let me just type something to Jim Jesus before ending the stream.
All right. All right, I'll head out then.
Yep.
All right, have a good one, Colton.
Yep.
Everyone else listen.
I'll see you guys all next week, and